Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, number 27. I'm of course your VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to your bi-weekly dose of Tenacious Turtle Tussle action. Here we go. For those that are curious, this is an open tournament. Every 2 weeks we host a turtle tussle. It's open to all players, all regions, all shapes, all sizes, and we are here jumping into our first series of the night. If you're in the chat, !B as the bracket is live, and predictions will soon be open because we're jumping into our series. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the red Terran player from the land of the Americas, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Vindicta. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player from land of Peru, the Peruvian Protoss, representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Mute. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat as we do get our Gamba going. Best of luck, Patty. Best of luck. Here we go. We are settling into our series. Again, we'll be going over the entirety of the brackets once we have wrapped up. Once we are done, we'll get there. Don't you worry. We'll get there at some point. For now, though, we're focusing on our TVP. Here we go. Also, if you want to help support the tournament, !Matcherino. There's a Matcherino page for the event. Unfortunately, we have no codes for the event, but if you want to help contribute, you can do so if you wish. Again, 100% of the money on Matcherino goes towards the players. Likewise, because of the boosted prize pool for the Turtle Tussle, this is top four. Top four players do get paid out. You have to make it to the semifinals to make this worth your while. So again, big shout out to our sponsors or contributors to the Turtle Tussle. Shout out to Protostegosaurus for once again donating 75 USD to the prize pool, and of course to Mark BT for putting forth the bulk of the prize money as well. So big shout out to two very passionate fans of StarCraft. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our two big contributors. As for now, we're settling in Standard Opener, just going for a Gate Cyber Expand. Standard Opener out of Mute. Likewise, Vindicta going for a Rax Expand as well. Economic Start from our Terran. Standard Opener from our Protoss player. Here we go. Here we go. I see Mark BT. Speaking of Mark BT in the chat, let's go. Thank you so much for, of course, supporting, for allowing for this event to be possible as well. Thank you always. As for now, we are going to be jumping into our series. Again, when it comes to our two players here, Mute has been slowly progressing when it comes to his skill over time. Throughout the course of 2024, has been improving steadily. So Mute is a returning player. Used to go by a different ID many years ago, and did retire for a time, and recently came back. I say recently, again, came back like a year ago at this point. And has been improving, has been looking good, has been looking comparable to a lot of the other Protoss or a lot of the other players in the NA region. But coming into this, Vindicta is going to be the favorite player here. I say that. Likewise, has also recently been spending a lot of time focusing on other IRL commitments, more so than playing, but he's still a very active streamer. He's still very much so active, still competing very often whenever he can, of course. No longer his primary focus, but is still a very active player. And I'm excited to see how they compare to each other, as so far we have a second Rax before Starport. Aggressive build here by Vindicta, delaying the Starport, which means we could see a third Rax as well to go for a 3 Rax push, potentially even a 2-base all-in. Before that happens, though, here we go. We do rock up across the map. Remember, there is no stim, but there's a force field. Oh, Sentry falls back. Alas, Sentry goes down. Nice target fire. No shield battery here in the natural base. The Sentry does go down. Helly's wreaking havoc here in the middle line. Probe's going to be falling. So far, good damage here by Vindicta, chasing down that Stalker. Stalker takes a lot of hits, and he's going for the Stalker. He will get it. The stutter stepping is too good. Stalker goes down. Hellion does fall, but that's still 4 probes going down, and Vindicta still just rallying across the map. And what is he here for? He's here for probe damage. Does focus on the workers up to 7 probes going down. Very nice damage here by Vindicta. Again, this should not have happened. It did catch Mute off guard. He was not ready here with the force fields, with the second sentry, with the shield battery. Was caught unawares and off guard. With that was 7 probes going down, 1 for each Marine. The Hellion fell for the Sentry and a Stalker, so a better trade for Vindicta. Mute is going to be expanding behind this. What does this tell us? This tells us that we are not going for any kind of big gateway explosion. We do have 3 gates, so 3-gate blink here for Mute. He can counterattack, but for now he's focusing on expanding, focusing on recovering. So Mute taking a more defensive stance. Meanwhile, Vindicta back at home getting ready for the counterattack. We can see here, tank is in position, a turret as well, just in case there was a DT follow-up. So Vindicta playing very safe here. Dark Templar would not be an issue, would not be a problem. 2 tanks here on the low ground as well. The main base is exposed. True, the main base is more vulnerable, but as we can see, Mute is not moving out. He's not pushing, he's chilling back at home. We have Stalkers in the main, we have Stalkers at the natural. Likewise, Pylon spotting here at the third as well. Mute is just taking a more defensive stance. Taking a more defensive stance here. As our players are building up. Players are building up. Tanks could be amassing. And here comes that pushing, and we spoke about it. Remember, the starport was heavily delayed. Stim is done in a couple of seconds, and Vindicta once again just being hyper aggressive. He's pushing. Again, needs 10 more seconds for Stim. He's got 3 tanks. Ideally, we do see that Mute, he has to slow this down. He has to force the siege, pick off a tank if at all possible, catch reinforcements. And Mute at least does spot this. Oh, going for the tank. Yeah, 1 more volley, brings down. Oh, no, not really. Barely, barely the first tank does fall. Very nice pickoff. Gets 1 tank down to 2. At least Stim is done. Vindicta holding onto it. Once again, the second tank barely survives. Calls down the mule. Here to repair. Stalker's taking a lot of hits with massive blink there out of Mute. Very nicely done. Takes down the second tank. Now there's 1 tank left. Vindicta, he's running out of steam. He's running out of army. Still rallying. Ooh, does catch the Observer. Observer gets caught behind this. Third CC is halfway done. Vindicta, he is not all in. He's not fully committed. As some more axes are being thrown down. Vindicta pulling away. And he won't quite risk it. I mean, he did trade relatively well here, catching out 6 Stalkers. But did lose 2 tanks, so with that, the backbone of the army has definitely been whittled away at. Vindicta, he backs off, he retreats. Consolidating his army. Pulling away and expanding. Oh! Barely not catching the Stalker. But does back off. Third base now on the way. And across the map, as Migs has been building up and getting to his third, we have Immortal production for Mute. Immortal soon to be splash damage. The Bay is done. Colossus is going to be on the horizon. No Colossus yet. Still no splash damage. Migs is moving out. Wouldn't mind dropping to the left hand side. Oh! Ooh. Takes down 2 probes. And really, this was mainly a distraction. Does distract, comes in, depowers 4 of these gateways. Artosis Violent goes down, and can he get the Cyber Core? Tank is sieged, dropping into the main. Mute's coming in from behind, trying to collapse on this army. There are plenty of Marauders, taking down 2 of those gateways. And so far, will try to make a stand. Zealots are being cleaned up with the tank, it's going to go down. At the same time, Migs, he lifts, just lifts into the main. There's a recall, Mute trying to keep up. And can he snipe that +1? He can. Ooh, barely does deny. Nice +1. Boost the hell out of there. Oh my god. Barely escapes. Whew. And keeps dropping. Just keeps dropping in. Rallying Marines in, getting 12 probes in total. Very nice damage. Remember, recall's on cooldown. And Vindicta just pulling Mute apart. Hyper aggression. Finally, the game settled down. Mute, he cleans up the army, but Vindicta, he's not done. He's just rallying into the center, getting his star base fully operational, and now he has ghosts. Ghosts have arrived. He's got 2, soon to be 5 ghosts here for Vindicta. Rallying out. He's going to be pushing. Mute, the first Colossus has arrived. And is that going to be enough? There's not much support for it, though. Migs coming in with the EMP. Takes down those Immortals. Yeah, the EMP is brutal. Colossus gets caught as well. She about to be out of energy. He gets 2 Immortals already. 2 Immortals, they instantly go down. Very nice pickups. Collapsing the army again. There's barely any Zealots. Another EMP. And Mute, he barely pulls away in time. Saves the Colossus. And with this Warp and the Zealots, Mute, he is going to be able to hold on. Or is he? Oh, Zelts go down. GG gets called. He is broken. And Vindicta will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Again, a very intense, very aggressive game there by Vindicta. Was able to barely break through, barely snowball out of control. There were some good moments for Mute. Don't get me wrong, though. There were some really nice moments, specifically when he was slowing down the push, when he sniped both tanks. If you recall, with that first 3-tank push, 2 of those tanks went down ahead of time, and with that, it forced Vindicta to back off. That was a strong moment for Mute. He was able to get his third base up and running, but the multiplayer aggression did prove a little bit too much there. Unfortunately, Mute, he was not quite ready at his third base, wasn't ready in the main base either. He was being torn apart, and that is where Vindicta did thrive. That's where he did pop off. GG. GG, well played. Vindicta, he does take a lead in the series, but it is a best of 3. Best of 3, plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more games to come, and we are here to follow Vindicta into game number 2. Personally, I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a back and forth and for a longer series between these 2 players, but pressure is on. The pressure is on Mute. We'll see if he can bring it back. As we're loading into another smaller map in the map pool, we're going to be loading into Ley Lines. Let's go. Loading into Ley Lines here. And we'll see if we can get that ace match. Likewise, the entirety of the first round is underway, and again, we'll get there. We'll get there to that first round. Don't you worry. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the Red Terran player. The Red Terran representing the Platinum Heroes, leading the series 1-0. It is Vindicta. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Peruvian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Mute. Here we go. Again, we are going to be settling in. As a reminder, last game Vindicta, he was hyper aggressive, as we were pointing out. He did delay his third CC in favor of extra Raxes, which led into the first tank push, which wasn't too successful. It was the follow-up which really did pop off, and I was surprised to see that work. Again, Vindicta, he only had the 1 tank, but he had a massive amount of bio, and again, just really good movement overall to get into the main base, to pull Mute apart. But I'm ready for the comeback. Now, also as a reminder, last game Mute did open up 3-gate Blink. It was 3-gate Blink Stalker, and because of the early game aggression and the early game damage that Vindicta did achieve, it did mean that Mute wasn't really able to achieve too much with that build. It's supposed to keep you safe, but at the same time, Mute, he was unaware as to what Vindicta was up to. He did miss the first push. So hopefully he's a little bit more attentive when it comes to scouting. Meanwhile, Mute's cutting corners, going for a gate expand before Cybercore. So a slightly more greedy opener here out of Mute. Going for a more delayed Cybercore, which means delayed Adept, delayed Sentry, delayed Scout. And Mix will soon confirm. Yo, shout out to the shout to the turtle. Aha. It's tussling, Papi. It's tussling. Let's go. As Mixie is moving in. Going for the Scout. And we'll confirm the timing of the Nexus.
The Grim Reaper has arrived.
And from there, backs off. Behind this is going to be a Sentry opener out of Mute. So once again, just being very greedy, very defensive here. The Sentry, of course, allows the Protoss player to hallucinate the Scout to confirm what's going on. As we can see, it is going to be the Rax expand into a delayed factory economic opener out of Vindicta, which is the same opener he went for last game. Reaper moves out. Reaper does move out. Stalker on the way behind this. Here comes that hallucination. And Migs should soon be dipping in, just to get eyes on the tech. As we can see here, Twilight Council has been thrown down. It's going to be once again Blink out of Mute. I mean, I'm assuming Blink technically could be DTs. If you recall, Vindicta also was ready for the Dark Templar, just in case. That is going to be an option here to Mute. It's going to be an option. And hallucination confirms the production, confirms the this time 1-1-1. So Vindicta, he is mixing up his build. And the Reaper does confirm the Twilight Council. Gets knocked out of the main. We'll pull out. But again, as a reminder, last game, Vindicta, he went for a second and third racks before Starport, so much more aggressive. This time, just going for an early Wood Mine drop. So early Mine drop. He's not rushing into tanks as quickly or Marines as quickly. Or Stim as fast. Once again, Meg's looking for a way in. Testing the strength of the wall. He also confirms that there's research here on the Twilight Council. Likelihood of this being DTs is far lower. This hallucination does dive into the main. Oh. Gets dealt with. It's going to be dealt with. Mind Drop moves out. And behind this, we do have the Robo follow-up here for Mute. Just going 3-gate blink into Robo into a third base. So once again, like a quote-unquote safe start here out of Mute. And he's not really being too active with his Stalkers, taking a more defensive stance. He's ready here at the natural, and the Mind Drop is on the way. Migs, he does confirm the third. Gets eyes on it. Drop is boosting in. We have one Widowmine waddling into the natural. He's waiting for the boost. Likewise, distracting with the Reaper. Reaper pulls away. Drop moves in. Mute, he's in position. He's ready for this. Does focus down the medevac. Widowmine does bar. Up! Up! Oh my god. The shot! Up! Oh, does connect. 3 probes go down. Not bad. Whew. That could have been so much worse. I love the setup there by Migs with the 2 Widowmines. Alas, Mute does minimize losses. And from here we settle in. Another Hallucination Scout confirms the setup. 3-1-1. Going for a later third base, and Mute can now counterattack. He's defended against the initial drop. He can move out. And we'll see what he can achieve. So far we have a bunker, we have a tank. We're pretty well set up here at the natural. Migs in the main base has a tank in SimCity. So far looking solid. It's looking solid. Stalker's a threat and a dive. Last Migs, he is secure. For the time being, at least. Likewise, Bay is on the way. Mute, he's just taking up. Saturating his third base, working towards Colossus once again. Getting to charge. No storm. He does poke up the ramp. Tank is repositioning. Stim is about to finish. And Mute does pull away. So far blowing back. Third CC is in production again. No 2-base all in. Vindicta is expanding. And as the Stalkers were distracted, Vindicta, he does slip out with the drop. Going for another mine drop. Now back at him, the third base. There's some units in position, but nothing really to hunt down the medevac itself. Probe is throwing down the spotted pylon, but I believe Mute will miss this. Yeah, the pylon just began. Does not have the vision. Barely did glimpse it for a second. Widowmine waddling in. Main base is exposed. Making his way into the mineral line. And Mute, he does react in time. Takes down the first Widowmine. Back into the main. Mute, he up, no reaction. Oh no, up. Late reaction, 2 probes go down. That could have been so much worse. Does pull away in time. And Mute defends. Mute defends. At the same time, Vindicta, he did break out. Stalkers did race back home. There was a bit of a skirmish here, but in the end, Mute did pull back. Didn't lose any Stalkers. Vindicta going for another drop. Bearing in mind that one of the Widowmines was saved, and Vindicta, he can always dive back in. So has that drop available. And we'll see if he can create an opening. Likewise, he's not pushing through the center. He's just taking a more defensive stance. Ghost production has begun. Viking production as well. He did a scout at the bay. So Migs, he knows. He's aware. Scouts the fourth. Yo. No. Mindshot gets baited out. It's baited by the hallucination. Nice, moves out of mute. And mute, he's for the most part being more defensive. He's just turtling up. Get the Colossus, massing up Zealots. Migs will drop into the mineral line. Getting a couple of probes. But the mine is the main. Oh, is going to be focused down in time. And here comes the main army. So far, Mute is in position. He's ready for this. He's got his mass charge lots. And that's a lot of Zealots as well. 33. It's mainly a Zealot army. And more Zealots are warping in. And Mute, he wants to fight out in the open like this. There are a lot of Widow Mines. Mine just going off, taking down two of those Zealots, but there's still a sea of Zealots left over. And we need these Widow Mines to connect. We get some okay connections, but the mines are all reset. They're all on cooldown, I should say. As I'll say, catch reinforcements. Collapsing on top of the tanks as well. Does get one Colossus. One Colossus goes down for two tanks. Still a better trade for Mute. As he does preserve his army. And again, the problem here with what Mute's working with is just, it's a very cheap army here. It doesn't take much at all here to reinforce with more Zealots. And Vindicta, he backs off. Vindicta, he does back off, does retreat, gets the hell out of there. Now, the strength of this mass Zealot army is fighting out in the open. Like, out here, as we mentioned. Like, it can struggle when it comes to pushing into defensive positions. I'm referring to SimCity. Like, walls of depots and bunkers and CCs and planetaries. Like, trying to break a defensive Terran player can be very difficult for this army. But out in the open, with potential surrounds, that's what Mute wants. And Mixie confirms. He scans, he confirms the army. He knows that he should not be pushing into Mute. That's what Mute wants. And it doesn't feel good as a Terran player, but you do have to just turtle. Essentially, you have to just turtle up, chill back at home, ideally throw down some depots and bunkers. Being active is really risky, but Migs, he's doing it. Have a double drop on the right. Meanwhile, pushing through the center. He's spotted by the Observer. Mute, he does spot this. And again, this army here from Migs, it's very vulnerable. He cannot engage head-on. This drop is going to be distracting Mute, and Mute, he's maxed out. He's maxed out, 200 supply with 33 Zealots. And I am concerned that the defensive position here is not good enough. Oh, nice mine connection. Takes down 4 probes. Again, Mute's being distracted. The drop play continues. But at a certain point, Mute is going to push. Migs likewise maxing out as well. A lot of supply though. Drop play. Whether it's this double drop on the right or the triple drop on the left. That is most of his army. Oh no! And he's going to get caught out. Full Medevac goes down. He gets 1, he gets 2. Ay, ay, ay. 2 Medevacs fall. And Mute, he's tempted, I'm sure. Very tempted to push. Gets eyes on the CC. He does spot the 4th base. And he's moving in. And again, I don't think Migs is well set up here, or set up well enough. Mute pushing forward. Again, he's got a terrifying army. Oh! Zones away the Vikings, takes down 2 of them. Triple drop does hit the 4th. And here comes Mute. He commits. Couple of mine shots going up. Does charge in. Colossus should be going down to the Vikings. But what about the Bio? What about the Bio army here? It's going to crumble. Zelsay break through. Planetary goes down. Liberators as well. And Mute, he does it. He breaks the main army. He can just keep on pushing across the map. Vindicta, he did take down the base, but it may not matter. As Mute, he's coming in for the kill. Pushing into the natural. Diving into the mineral lines. SCVs are falling. And he's just committing to the base raid. Just has to commit. Going for some of the production. 3rd base goes down. 52 SCVs. GG gets called. And Mute will tie up the series. And we're going to the ace match. GG. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played again, Mute. This is his go-to style. It's like quote-unquote swarm toss, if you will. The idea being, of course, being very gateway heavy with a lot of zealots with minimal supportive units. I'm referring to, I mean, again, there were only 2 Colossus. Only 2 Colossus. There was like 1 or 2 Immortals, no Archons, no Storm, nothing else behind it. There were a couple of Stalkers as well to help deal with those Liberators, but mainly Zealot there, and it can be very difficult to deal with. Very difficult with that. GG, well played. We're going all the way to the ace match. And we'll see how this story ends. We shall see. Oh, as it looks like the ace match is going to be on El Dorado. Just catching him with chat. Yo, I see Jumy in the chat. I see Hatsu. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Shout out to Serious Black for being the first quacker. Aranix. Oh, Shema, of course. Shema. So, a lot of Polish viewers in the chat as well. Dzień dobry. Zealots. Oh. Again, it can be just a really difficult style to deal with. As we mentioned, like, typically, not always, but typically, like, it does force a Terran player to turtle up and be more defensive. Of course, you can take the MiGs approach, like in the previous game, to try to pull apart your opponents and go for all these drop plays and counterattacks. Very difficult to pull off, but here we go. We're getting to the ace match, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the American Terran player, the Red Terran, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Vindicta. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player, representing Bing Bong Exports, the Peruvian Protoss. It is Mute. Here we go. As we load into one of the smaller maps in the map pool, smaller map, as results can be much more aggressive. Now, what I will say about El Dorado is that it is less open. What I mean by that is that the attack paths are a lot more straightforward. There's a lot of points of elevation here as well, so you can take a greater defensive stance. If you do see Mutes going for that kind of more gateway-heavy composition, and take a greater engage here if you're being more defensive, true. Likewise, the rush distance by ground can be reduced if you do expand towards your opponent, whether you take the third base or even take the forward gold base as well. You can be more aggressive. And we did see Vindicta be quite successful in Game 1 with a more aggressive style. So we'll see how MiGs will adjust. So far, double gas. For the first time this series, double gas opener out of Vindicta. What does this mean? This means faster factory. This means a more committed early game here. He can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion. He can go into a Hellion drop. Can go into a tank drop, early Cyclone production. He can go for early Banshee play as well. We'll see where MiGs takes us. The probe is going to be chased down. Probe does confirm both gases. There's that factory on the way. Technically, this guy... Oh, he wants the SCV! Oh, no! He wants it! Oh, my, kill the repairs. Does repair in time. Gets a surround. Kills and snipes the probe. And MiGs does hold. Does hold. Doesn't lose any units. Back across the map. Standard opener. And we are settling in. As MiGs does move out with the Reaper. Does move out. Trying to get some scouting information in the main base. Once again, Twilight Council opener out of Mute. It can be more difficult to scout here just because there's no direct cliff into the main. So you have to go through the natural to get into the main base. So you have to dedicate that much more here for a scout. Adept does shade past the initial Reaper though, and the CC is going to be delayed. SV forced back. SV is going to go down. MiGs building up his own Reaper Hellion. No add-ons yet. Diving in. Second Adept has arrived. Again, a big delay here. The Hellion's being targeted down as well. MiGs is in trouble here. He is hurting. Yeah, Hellion does fall. Reaper. And he will clean this up, but again, it's just a big delay here in a brutal trade for Migs. Bleeding out most of his army. The CC will continue and will eventually finish. And behind this, where exactly are we headed? Medevac is on the... Sorry, Starport is on the way. Still committed to additional Reaper Hellion. Still no earlier tech lab. And it looks like we're setting up for a mine drop follow-up. Okay. Here comes the Medevac and the Widow Mine. Meanwhile, across the map, do you have our gateway set up? Blink is on the way, and we have how many gates? 3. Oh, sorry, 2 even. We have 1 gate at the natural, we have 1 gate in the main. So far, 2 gate blink. I would imagine a 3rd is going to be on the horizon. Reapers, they bypass the main army, they head into the main, they get a full scout, they confirm blink. Makes us aware. Boys are being pulled. Ooh, does shut down one of the Reapers. 1, 2 Reapers go down. Again, better trades here from Mute. Meanwhile, that's a full wall. Jesus, I didn't even realize. A full wall up here at the natural. The Hellions, they do nothing. Now we have more gateways on the way. So it is going to be a 3-gate setup. Migs moving out with his Widow Mine drop. Committing to a Liberator behind this as well. Liberator is on the way. And ideally, you do want to have a distraction here, but because of the full wall, the Hellions are not doing too much. They're forced to blink. Yeah, Stalker's forced to respond. Drop into the main base. Stalker's out of position. Oh. How many probes can we shut down? Late reaction. Up. Oh my god, 6 probes. Not bad. Whew. Yeah, big mine drag. 6 probes going down. Widow Mines will escape. And again, I didn't think that these Hellions would cause a distraction, but Mute, he had just a big reaction there, just diving on the army. Didn't need to, but did expose himself. Widow Mines are saved. Mute pushing in. Tank is sieged. The second bunker on the way. Not done yet. Migs trying to set up. Getting ready for the counterattack. Mine drop coming back in. Liberator into the main base. Probes up. Oh no! Oh my god, massive connection. 12 probe kills. 12 probes going down. Boys are being pulled. Meanwhile, across the map, Mute dives into the main. Does dive in. Stalker's being forced back. Getting 4 SCV kills. Again, the main base of Vindicta is looking very exposed, but the second tank has arrived. Migs, he's sieging up. Getting ready. Ooh. Medevac rallies in. Liberator finally going to be dealt with. Mute splitting up his army. He's going for the mineral line. He's going for the main. There's the auto turret. Forcing him back. Still more reinforcements on the way. Going for the warp in. He's committing. I mean, again, Mute, he knows he's a little bit behind. He knows that he lost a lot of probes. And he gets 5 SCVs. And delays the production. Again, the main base here is just so big. Jesus. It's huge. There's just so much room here. Tank is exposed. Dives in. Till it picks up the tank. Very nice pickup. Getting more SCVs. And again, this location is just so abusable. Migs trying to deal with this. Moving forward. But he just can't. Yeah, this is getting out of hand. 11 SCVs. 11 SCVs going down. Getting up to 12. Trading with the Marines. Getting up to 14 SCVs. And even though Migs had a great start with those mine connections, it pales in comparison to this. I'm afraid to look. It's been... So, I mean, Jesus. 22 probes went down throughout the course of this game. That's still quite a lot. Don't get me wrong. But likewise, Vindicta, he lost 19 SCVs. 19 SCV kills. Both players taking a lot of losses here in this game. Now, because of the full wall, Mute cannot expand, but he soon will. There we go, expanding towards his opponent. Mines through the minerals. Will soon take his 3rd. Stalker aggression continues. Up. Diving into the main. Gets 1 more CV. One more SV goes down. Migs, he scans, confirms that his opponent is expanding. And where do we go from here? Does have stim. He can try to break out. We'll see if he does decide to pull the boys or a third CC. What are we going for? The problem is that he can't leave. If he does, he's just going to be abused once again. The Prism is just keeping him pinned back. He's stuck at home, Pat. Stuck at home. Likewise, heard all this. Mute, building up his third. Slowly getting it saturated. There's a salvage. Makes he wants to push. There's an observer in position. Mute will spot the move out. And as the army moves out, Mute can move in. Oh, and there's not much in the main. Oh, good. Getting a Marauder. Boys are being pulled. And we go for the warp in. Oh! The warp in, it barely will not complete. And here comes the push. It's all or nothing. The boys are being pulled. We're completely all in. And what is that him to defend? Jeez, there's a Colossus. There's a sea of zealots. Oh, no. And how do we push up this ramp? Nice missile. Dorito cannon goes up. Tank sieging up. Knocking down that wall, but all the SCVs, they all just crumble. 23 SCV kills. Tanks, they take down the Colossus. Not bad. Colossus goes down. Robo as well. No more production. And Migs, has he done it? He's breaking through. Up. He's so close. The GG gets called. Migs, he breaks the natural. He will claim the series 2-1. And he will advance on to the next round. GG. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played. Vindicta, he was completely all in. Pushing up that ramp was brutal. He lost all the SCVs trying to force his way through that choke point, but he did push through. More importantly, I would say the most important part, if you remember, the tanks, they focused down the Colossus. The Colossus flew too close to the sun. It did wander too close to the edge of the cliff face, and the Colossus went down in 2 volleys, and with that, no more splash damage. With that, remember, the Robo was a part of the wall. Robo also went down. 0 splash damage remaining. GG. GG, well played. Whew, oh my god. Vindicta will advance on, and Mute is going to be knocked out of the tournament. Oh my god. GG. GG, well played. Migs will take it. And now we can take a moment here to have a look at the bracket to figure out where we are and where we are headed. Let's go. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Just catching up in the chat. Oh, see, Frato Cactul. ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás, papi? Ah, bien, papi, bien. Como siempre, como siempre. Always casting, always. I'm here to jinx the Terran. Oh, no. Es verdad. Oh, no. I'll gift you a subscription if you close your eyes in some matches. It worked, it worked. The eyes were closed. True, true. Speaking of, big shout to Hatsu. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Should I thank you or should Vindicta thank you? That's the real question. Oh my god. Of course, that is clearly the reason why Vindicta won. Clearly, clearly. GG. I passed the test. Yo, shout out to Kalassi in the chat. Shout out to Mute as well. Big shout out to Mute. Did well here. Did well forcing the ace match out of Vindicta. GG, GG. Nice return. Of course, oh right, my apologies. I should go through the bracket itself, of course. We had Krystianer. Krystianer did take down Hatsu in the initial series on top of the bracket. But thank you so much, Hatsu, for competing and also for the gifted sub as well. Big shout out to Hatsu. Hatsu, a big part of the StarCraft 2 community when it comes to helping to organize events like Firegrow Cup, and even at one point or another hosting her own events as well, especially for the European or the CIS communities or scene. So thank you so much. Meanwhile, big shout to Mute as well for also gifting a sub. I mean, we just casted Mute, and thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you so much. And again, thank you for competing, of course, as well. Big shout to Mute. Hope to see more of our players in the future, hopefully. As of course Vindicta does advance on. Up next is going to be Krystianer versus Vindicta on the channel. We'll quickly slip into those DMs. As the TVPs do continue. Just making sure that our players are set and good to go. Beautiful. Competitors gifting. What a guy. Gracias, mi gracias. Ga, papi, ga. Gracias. I'm going over the rest of the bracket, of course. We had Gerald. Gerald takes down Ateshi 2-0. Big win. Ateshi, of course, is a Korean Pro Toss player, and Gerald does advance on. Nickrat takes down Altair. Nickrat up against Gerald in the next round. Going to be a spicy, also a TVP, actually. 2 TVPs back to back, so best of luck to Nickrat, best of luck to Gerald. It's going to be very close between those two players. We have seen them go back and forth in recent time. Scrolling down, we have Cham. Cham takes down Lika 2-0, or Lika, if you will. Cham does take him down, advancing on to the next round to face off against Rebellion, as Rebellion takes down Probe. Rebellion, of course, the Korean Pro Toss player, up against Cham in the quarterfinals. And we have the bottom of the bracket here. Jumy takes down Genghis Khan. Nikish takes down Patches, and we have a PVZ between Jumy and Nikic. Also a spicy series. I'll be honest, I would love to cast every one of these matches. Like, especially here at the quarterfinals, we have the big boys facing off. Krystianer, Vindicta, Gerald, Nickrat, Cham, Rebellion, Jumy, Nikic. Very good matches are taking place, and alas, we can only cover one, and of course we're following Migs into his next series. Into his next match. Of course, we will be casting both semifinals, so regardless of who advances on, both semis will be covered on stream. We got you covered there at least. For now, Vitas are done, and we're jumping into our fresh best of 3. Let's go. We are jumping in. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the Polish Pro Toss player, the red Pro Toss, representing Offside Esports. It is Krystianer. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Terran player, the blue Terran representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Vindicta. / Platinum Esports. It's a little bit complicated. I don't know if Platinum Esports is still a thing, I'll be honest. Because I know they were formed for WTL, and WTL isn't a thing anymore, so I think they might have just merged together again. It's complicated, hard to say. For now, Platinum Heroes. Platinum Heroes. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gambit time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. As we settle into Game 1. Let's go. As we settle into those quarterfinals. So we are going to be settling in. For the time being, we do have some standard openers here. Krystianer just going for a gate expand into the Cybercore. Slightly more economic start here out of Krystianer. Likewise, we do see Vindicta going for a single gas. Single gas opener for a faster CC on the low ground. Nothing too crazy here in Game 1. So far, economic builds from both players. We have economic builds. Krystianer being as annoying as possible. Oh, dips in. And will delay. And it's been a while, I'll be honest. It's been a while since we've casted Krystianer. He, of course, is hot off of the top 4 finish in the House of Galactic Battle. He had a great performance, to be honest. This was, what, a couple of weeks ago. We did cover Krystianer at a big offline event in Poland, in Warsaw. It was great to see, and he did make it to that, into the playoffs, of course. He was able to bring down Spirit in the group stage. It was 1-1 actually, I believe 1-1 between Krystianer and Spirit, and likewise Krystianer even 2-0'd a laser in the group stage as well. Krystianer, he had a crazy performance in the group stage. I will say that it did seem like maybe nerves got to him in the playoffs. Krystianer, he had a bit of a lackluster performance against a laser in the rematch in the playoffs, and a laser did end up bringing him down, and then Krystianer went down to Spirit in the bronze match, in the 3rd place match as well. Regardless, still made it to top 4, and now he's back. He's back. He had a bit of a break. We haven't seen as much of him as of late, but now has returned. And on top of that, Krystianer, he's a rare sight here for the Turtle Tussle. A very rare sight. We see him all the time during our Tuna Cups, don't get me wrong. We do cast a lot of Krystianer, but often he's not really one of those players that stays up deep late into the night to play in this event. I should also give credit to all the other European players. Big shout out to players like Nick, like Gerald, Krystianer as well, for competing in events that is at a really rough time zone. I know that depending on where you are in Europe, I mean, regardless of where you are in Europe, it is just a really rough time at the moment, as in, it's very late. It's like, what, 3, 4, 5 a.m. Like it's it's very, very late in Europe, so not the friendliest event for European competitors. Despite that, we still get a lot of European representation, whether it's Jumy, Gerald, Nick on a very regular basis. And along those lines, Krystianer, he's not one of those regulars. He's not typically one to ruin his sleep schedule and to play in this event, but this week it's a little bit different. This week it is a different tale. Is a different story. He's here this time. Let's go. Let us go. He's going full degen. Let's go. For now, Vindicta, he does threaten a move out. Behind this, rushing into Stim. Oh my god, we're going for a 3-max. My apologies. I was enamored in talking about the players here, but here we go. We do have a 3-max Stim timing here from Vindicta. Hyper aggression out of our Terran player. Krystianer, he is not fully aware what's going on. He did spot the army, throwing down a wall of shield batteries. We have 1 done, 2 finishing up, and a 3rd shield battery seconds away from completing as well. And with the power of 3 shield batteries, Krystianer, he should hold. And Mixie backs off. He sees the wall, he sees the setup. Behind this, there is a 3-gate opener, of course, 3-gate blink into a robo. 4th gateway is on the way. Now, what is scary here is that because of the 4th gateway, Krystianer, he defends, he deflects, and he can soon counterattack. And it's going to be a pretty hefty counterattack as well. Vindicta, he does confirm the 3rd Nexus, is aware. Is aware of the expansion. The center does catch out the Observer. But we're waiting for the move out. Bay is on the way for Krystianer, working towards that Colossus. Likewise, do we go for the Warp Prism? Do we push? Or does Krystianer defend? Vindicta, he rotates. Krystianer, he comes in with a Probe Scout. He does confirm at least some of the bio. Did catch a glimpse. Yeah, he knows. Getting in position. Does Force Field, picks off for some Marines, but at last we stim in. Yeah, Vindicta, he does go for the dive. Marauders are getting picked off. They do survive. They pull back. Stalker's going down, and can we force a cancel? Last Nexus, it looks like it will complete. Can we get a kill? Mig stimming in, focusing on the Nexus. It's going to be a brutal trade. He will bring it down, but at a cost. As Migs, he will lose every single unit here. The Marauders, the Marines. Oh my god. That was a hefty trade. Checking the results tab, 9 Marauders and 16 Marines for a Nexus, 5 Stalkers, and a Sentry at least. I mean, did trade, but now Vindicta, he's vulnerable. Krystianer moving in, trying to force a cancel. Delays the 3rd CC. Migs coming in from behind. Oof. There's the blink. Does blink away. Alas, 2 Stalkers getting caught out. Not bad. Nice movement here by the Terran. Catches out a couple of Stalkers. Makes pulling back. Behind this, embracing his 3-1-1. Stalkers, they blink into the main. They have no fear, no hesitation. Krystianer dives in, catches out 4 SCVs. And he can always recall, and he will. Does recall, not losing a single Stalker. And nice counter damage. Typing 5 SCVs. His 3rd base is getting back up and running. Vindicta working on his own 3rd. Now we can calm down. We can calm down. We can settle in. Now, what's most scary for me here is that even though this 3rd base is late for Krystianer, look at the probe count. He had the workers. He was long distance mining, and now he can fully saturate immediately. The probe count has been very high. So Krystianer, he will maintain the economic lead. Mig's trying to keep up. Working on the Ghost Academy. Academy's on the way. And with that Academy, with the Viking production, does feel like Migs is going to be a little bit more defensive here. Establishing his 3rd base, being somewhat active. But But he has to respect this army. Krystianer now to 2 Colossus. Third Colossus on the way. Makes he spots this. He has a concave. But Krystianer has force fields. Trying to bait at the mine shot. Oof. Will blink away. Little mine goes down. Oh, here comes the dive. Decent concave here by Vindicta. Stims in. He wants a Colossus. Oh, can he get it? Oh, bleeding out a lot of Marauders. And it looks like he will break through. We'll get one. Maybe even both. It's going to be close. He gets one. Up. One Colossus goes down. Vikings going ham, and he should get the other as well. Oof. Migs trying to spread out. Does spread in time. Takes out both Colossus, and Migs he holds. Whew. Does hold on. Shuts down the Colossi. Krystianer building back up. And that was a brutal loss here for the Protoss. And behind this, double robo. Double robo getting into triple robo production as well. Getting a 4th base. Backing off. Taking, throwing down production, expanding. And what's important here is that Migs, when it came to that fight, he didn't actually pull the boys. Didn't lose many SCVs here whatsoever. He maintained his economy. As I say, that Zealot Run-By does get into the natural, but should be cleaned up. And the Zealots are forced back. Migs now working towards Liberators. Thankfully, he doesn't overinvest into these Vikings. They have their place, as there is still 1 Colossus. But as we can see, Krystianer, he's not making a 2nd and 3rd Colossus. He's getting into Disruptors. I should say he's skipping the 3rd Colossus and going straight Disruptor. Zealots hit the mineral line once again. They force Vindicta back home. He was in the middle of a move out. But he's still pushing. Momentum is on Migs' side. And the Disruptors are not ready yet. There is one though. There's 1 Disruptor with the main army. The 4th base is exposed. Krystianer out of position. Depending on where Migs does push. He scans. Does scan, moving in. He wants the Robos. Gets 3 Disruptor. 1 Disruptor goes down. The Artosis Violent depowers everything here at the natural. Mine shall say shut down the Zealots, and Krystianer is being pulled apart. Oh my god. Going for the Colossus. Diving on the Disruptors. Again, the production is depowered. And he will get 1. There's 1 Colossus left. And Vindicta, has he done it? I mean, there's barely anything remaining. Stims in. There's still a Colossus. And there's still shield batteries as well. Robos are still depowered. Down to a handful of Stalkers. Going for the dive. 1 more volley. And he gets it. The Colossus goes down. And Migs, he has broken a Krystianer. There's almost nothing left. The boys are being pulled. Vikings, they land. He lands the Vikings. Can just keep on pushing. And this is just crippling damage here. And throughout all this, the Robos are still depowered. 15 probes going down. The Artosis pilot. Now being replaced. One of the Robos got sniped as well. And Krystianer, he's barely holding, barely surviving. But Vindicta, he just rallies. He just rallies across the map instead. Sending everything he can. Liberator does siege. Stims in. Ooh, gets EMP. Does land the EMP. Disruptor has arrived. Robos are back up and running. But it's 1 and done with those Disruptors. Oh, catching out more Stalkers. There's 1 Nova left. Oh, the pickup. Oh my god. Migs, calm down. Oh, you're crazy. Saves units. The whole pickup here saving the Ghosts, the Marauders. Pushing in. Knocking down the 3rd. And with that, Migs is able to claim the 1st game in this series. Impressive. I mean, Krystianer, again, like, he's definitely been rising the ranks in the European region. Been looking very strong as of late, but I mentioned he did go on a bit of a break after the House Galactic battle. Did take some time off, but Migs, nah, no breaks, not on this train. He commits, he stims in, he stims, and he wins, takes down both Disruptors. Liberation has arrived, the freedom is here. GG, and Vindicta will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. Calm down. Miguelito. Ay, ay, ay. Migs does take a lead. Impressive performance here, especially in, of course, at least in game number 1. Again, coming into the series, Krystianer, I say, is the favorite player. I would pin him as the favorite player 100%. But here tonight, Vindicta, he's warmed up. He is on fire. And we are now jumping into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. Again, I would say that Krystianer, he was kind of punished for his own aggression. If you remember, he was the first to move out with at least his Colossus. The moment that he lost both Colossus moving out across the map, that was almost it then and there. Vindicta, he had momentum on his side. He was able to push out and able to overwhelm his opponent. And with that, we're jumping into game number 2. Let's go. We're jumping into game 2. And I'm hoping for an ace match, but the pressure is on. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Offside Esports, down in the series, hoping to force that game 3. It is Krystianer. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the American Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Vindicta. We go. So again, we are going to be opening up. As a reminder, last game, both Vindicta and Krystianer did go for economic openers. They both went for a faster CC and a faster Nexus. We'll see if that rings true here as well on Ultra Love. New drinking game. Take a sip every time a light says "Pappy." Oh, I would say be careful. Be careful. Do not. We do not take responsibility of any alcohol poisoning that you will endure when it comes to any drinking games. So, take care of yourself, Pappy. Take care of yourself. Oh no. It's gonna be the last we hear of Professor Nuggy in the chat. Oh no, it's over. Never again, Pappy. Never again. It's gonna be carnage. So drink responsibly. Drink responsibly. As for now, Krystianer dips in. We can see only one gas, so it should be racks into expansion. There it is, CC on the low ground for Vindicta. This time, a bit of a greedier play here. Vindicta, he will skip the Reaper. Marine first, into Reactor, into CC on the low ground. Vindicta, no scout. No SCV scout, no Reaper scout. He is completely in the dark and just being as greedy as possible. So a much more greedier build here by Vindicta. Getting to his own 1-1 setup. Meanwhile, Krystianer back at home. There's not really much to scout here. Setting up his natural, building up his own economy, and we're waiting for his tech of choice. True. True. Oh no. As it does move out. Behind this, Twilight Council open out to Krystianer once again. So far, we've seen purely Twilight Council play this entire broadcast. No Stargates, no Robos, not yet. Likewise, Mix setting up on the high ground. Bunker is halfway done. Marines are in position. And the initial depth shouldn't get much done here. Oh, we'll pick off a Marine. Not bad. Marine goes down. Looking for that second Marine. And it looks like he will get it. Trades out 2 Marines for an Adept. Bunker is done, and Vindicta holds. Migs does hold. Back at the main base, fast tank production here. Going for the earlier tech lab. Into medevac. Into drop. No, not quite. No medevac, going for a second tech lab instead. I would imagine Raven harass, but we could also go into Banshee. So we'll keep an eye on the Terran. Meanwhile, Krystianer throwing down his 2 gateways. It's going to be 3-gate blink into a third. Very safe, very economic build here by Krystianer. Safe more than anything. And not really applying too much pressure. Did perk out, but not much more than that. Not much more. So now our players are building up. Also, I saw Fractal in the chat. Are you gonna look away again? Are you? were you watching last game? Oh no. Have you broken the curse? Can you safely watch Terran? Or do you have to avert your eyes? Do you have to? Ah, no. As now, both players just securing their bases. Do have our 3-1-1 setup. And okay, the starport was just being used here to create an add-on. Tech Lab into add-on swap. Tank count is building up over time for the eventual push. Stim is on the way. Until such a time, Vindicta, he's stuck at home. He shouldn't be pushing out without Stim. So is pinned back. And also I misspoke. It was the Raven first, then add-on swap. So the Raven is moving out to finally scout. Bearing in mind, Migs has not seen a single thing this entire game. He has seen nothing until now with the Raven. Of course, there isn't really much to see. It was a standard build out of Krystianer, 3-gate blink, and now, oh my god, that is a gateway explosion! So, in game 1, we saw Krystianer prioritize Colossus. He went for a faster robo into a bay into Colossus production. Alas, that was taken advantage of, and we saw that Krystianer was able to snowball out of control by sniping and bringing down the Colossus one after the other. Third base gets spotted. This time, we're going for a pure Swarm Toss composition with Mass Zealot instead. Staying on a lower gas count. You know what? Probe's going to be going down. Ooh, no reaction. Yeah, delayed reaction here by Krystianer. 4 probes do fall. Krystianer going for the depot. Another auto target gets thrown down. So far, 6 probe kills. Not bad. Not bad here from Vindicta. Likewise, Krystianer, he's now going for a delayed Forge and delayed Robo. Oh, sorry, I should say Bay. But he's working on it. Working towards eventually Colossus and +1. But charge is soon to finish. Now, as Vindicta is being contained, as the Stalker's up waiting outside of the natural, Migs does slip out with the medevac. One medevac full of Marines, Stim is done. And I don't see a third CC yet. Ooh, I see 2 base all in. I see 2 more racks. There's no add-ons here. 5 racks set up on 2 bases. And Migs, he might just pull the boys with this. But now he's breaking out. Does snipe the Observer, which means limited scouting. First Colossus on the way. And does he pull the boys with this? Upgrades are lining up. He does chase down those Stalkers. They get zoned back. The army gets spotted. Drop into the main. Distracting Krystianer. Krystianer, he is distracted. He should deal with the drop in the main base. Zealot comes in. There is a bunker. And Migs, he doesn't pull the boys. We'll keep everything back at home. Rambai is dealt with. Stalkers that get picked up. Yeah, they're being hunted down. But Krystianer, he's ready. He has plenty of charge thoughts. And Colossus as well. Migs, he does cut back. Catches out all 3 Stalkers. And he can keep this going. Ooh, brutal force fields though. And Marines get caught out. Tanks are too far behind. Drop of the main was for the most part cleaned up as well. Ooh, rough pathing there from Migs, and he will bleed out those Marauders. Rough losses. Krystianer holds. Krystianer, he does hold. Has a secure army. And Migs is in a rough position. Third CC just now begins. A very late third base. Migs, he was hoping for some more damage. He was hoping to get some economic damage or break the base. Break the expansion. But there was plenty in position. And Krystianer gains momentum. Gains a lead. He's up in supply. He has map control. 4th base on the way. He's pushing. And protecting this location not going to be easy. He knocks down the tower. Buying time. Migs, he needs to buy time here. Don't look. Monka S. Ah, no. Krystianer moving in. Tanks, they do siege in time, though. Massive volley goes off. Again, 1 more volley. They can bring down the Colossus. Krystianer, he has to be careful. Zealot run into the mineral line. Getting a handful of SCVs. And remember, as a reminder, Krystianer, he doesn't have to push in. He doesn't have to break this location. He has a 4th. He has a 4th base on the way. Double robo into disruptors. Dark Shrine as well for DTs. There's no rush here for Krystianer. Does not have to push in. Just has to calm down, Pappy, calm down. Just take it slow. And contain. And as he's containing Vindicta, disruptors. We're building up more and more disruptors. The bulls, they're coming online. +2 is on the way. And the pressure is going to be on Vindicta whenever he does decide to move out. And again, pushing into a massive amount of disruptors is not going to be easy. Might be the best emote on Twitch. Makes his scanning, checking with the 4th base. Unfortunately, he does miss it. But we like the degen emote. We like it. Shout out to Shura. Shura, he's, of course, made our emotes for us. Whether it's the degen, the ramen emote is very cute as well. Very cute. Makes me hungry every time. The ramen looks so good. Free tank shots going off. Dark Templar have arrived. The badge emote. All of them, really. All of them. As Dark Templar, they slip in. We have DTs the natural, DTs at the 3rd. Nice EMP, but SCVs are still going down. And Krystianer, he's of course the first to max out. How many disruptors? He has 5. 5 disruptors going for the tanks are exposed. The tanks are the first to go down. 3 tanks to 4 massive pickups. Vindicta out of position. And the Nova. Oh my god, massive connection. Nova's a pop-off, Zealous into the mineral line. 9 SVs going down. And Mix, he is in trouble here. And they can't really break out. You know what, Krystianer just building up more disruptors, making 3 disruptors at a time. Mix trying to push. Krystianer has the high ground. Oh! Does catch a Colossus, not bad. Nice EMP. Novas, they pop up. Ooh, brutal connections. Oh, the Novas, they're too, they're too good. They just keep connecting. Vikings go down, and with that, the Bio Army crumbles. GG gets called, and Krystianer, he will take the game. And we are going to the ace match. Let's go. GG. We're going all the way to game 3. Again, Krystianer having a much stronger start here in game 2. I mean, I say stronger start. He was able to temper himself really and hold back. He didn't commit into a fight into the 3rd base. Of course, after deflecting the initial aggression of Vindicta, it was very committed. Remember, it was a 5-rack setup on 2 bases. Very committed there by Vindicta. Borderline all in, and when he didn't do any damage with it, he fell behind. Did fall behind. He didn't do any economic damage, didn't get any probe kills, didn't die any bases. He was deflected. And with that, GG. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game 3, and we're going to be loading into Frostline. Let's go. Loading into Frostline. Exclamation mark, Shoda, si, papi, Shoda. Shura is also the artist that's made the turtle. True, the turtle, the platypus, the duck, everything really, almost everything. Big shout to Shura. But here we go. We're getting into the ace match. As we're here in the final game of the series, one way or another, it all ends here. It all ends on Frostline. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Offside Esports. From Atlanta, Poland, it is Krystianer. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the American Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Vindicta. We go. Okay. And as we get into the ace match, I believe we have some matches preparing here for us in those semifinals. We're getting there. Looks like we have some updates, and Gerald is waiting for the winner of this series in those semis. So we might be able to just follow this series right into the semifinals, then into the lower matches. Oh boy. So our series are lining up. Krystianer moving out with this probe. Getting a read on what's going on. Vindicta behind this, going for a more economic opener. Racks into CC. We'll see if he sets it up on the low ground or on the high ground instead. As the probe is zoned away. And the command center is going to be placed. Eventually. Yo, okay. I was like, what's going on? There you go, CC's on the way. You can see Vindicta just scouting here for a proxy. Checking the third location. Make sure everything is as it should be. This time opening up Reaper. So unlike the previous game, if you remember, we saw a much more greedy build out of Vindicta. Skipping the SCV scouts, skipping the Reaper, going Marine into Reactor. This time we'll be able to get some earlier information as the Reaper moves out. And ideally want to get eyes on Krystianer. And so far, Krystianer's gone for the same build. I'll be honest, he's gone for the same build 2 games in a row. Just going a 3 gates blink into a third base. Into Charge, Colossus, and then Disruptor. It's been the same setup. I do think that last game did go for the Charge and Gateway Explosion before, like a little bit earlier than in game 1. So there was a bit of a deviation, true. There was some deviation there for Krystianer. But the end goal should be the same. As there is that Twilight Council. Krystianer, he doesn't really want to mix it up too much. Once he finds a style, he commits. Does commit. Reaper dips in. Threatens a mineral line, does scout the tech. Makes he is aware of the Twilight Council. And he will fall back. Oh my, the jukes! Well, let's go! He jukes, he jives. Gets out of there. Will slip away. Likewise, Hellion in towards that natural. We'll head for the mineral line. We'll take 3 volleys. And he can maybe get 1, not even. So Krystianer, he defends well, cleans up the Hellion, and shuts it down. Meanwhile, Reaper does dive into the main, confirming the production, confirming the research. Doesn't quite get a probe. Once again, pulls out. And when it comes to the production setup here, it's going to be a 1-1-1. Extra racks is now on the way. Earlier tank into earlier drop play. Going for a Widowmine drop, just a singular Widowmine. Not too committed. And again, this isn't really designed to get damage done, more designed to scout. To get a read on what the Protoss is up to. How many gateways, how many bases. Once again, 3-gate blink here by, sorry, my apologies. 2-gate blink into a third, a much more greedier build here by Krystianer. So he does cut some corners. Only 2 gateways, faster third base, stronger economy. Migs does confirm, sees that the expansion is halfway done. And the drop is going to be deflected. Up! Oh my god. Barely out of vision. Barely out of range. Boost the hell out of there. But upon seeing the timing of the expansion, Migs, he should be aware that it was, again, just 2 gate. Now we have 2 more on the way, getting up to 4. After the 3rd Nexus. And we'll see what Migs goes for. Throwing down 2 more Raxes. Once again, Migs, he's committing on 2 bases. And if you recall last game, I assumed it was going to be like a 2-base all-in, and it almost was. Like, again, Migs, he was very committed when it came to his push last game on Ultra Love. And he fell behind once it didn't really achieve the damage he was hoping for. And we'll see if he's a little more successful this time. Once again, Gateway Explosion into Charge. There's the Forge, there's the Bay. This is the same follow-up that we saw last game. So Migs is gearing up, waiting for his upgrades, and then he pushes. And we'll see how hard he does commit to it. Ooh, Woodmine gets caught out, so gets 1. Krystianer baiting at the other. Quick moves. Up, up. A bit of a messy execution here. Auto shots across the map. Catching out 5 probes. Krystianer, he was distracted. The blink is done. I will clean this up. Clean up the Widow Mines. Likewise. Ooh. We'll chip away at the depot as well. And it should get it. Just barely. That depot does fall. You know, Vindicta trying to set up a trap. Let's go. Trying to sneak up behind the army. There's an observer. Makes he stems in. Comes in with his round. And he will catch out these stalkers. He tries to at least, but alas. Didn't bait out the blink early enough. Does get away. Nice escape there from Krystianer. Here comes the push. And Vindicta, he's going for a much earlier third CC. As a reminder, in the last game, Vindicta, he didn't throw down that base until after the push failed. Here he's throwing it down as he's pushing. Likewise, add-ons are already set up as well. Makes he scans, he sees the army, sees the wall of Zealots and Colossus, and he wants none of it. So this time he doesn't push. And we're going up towards a longer game stage. We have the Ghost Academy on the way. Getting to his Ghost production. Being somewhat active. Just gaining map control. And now we should enter a more back and forth mid game here. Again, last game was more one-sided just because Vindicta, he failed in his push and he committed quite hard to it. He bled out a lot of units and the transition was delayed. This time it's all much faster. It's all a lot more smoother here for Vindicta. As now Krystianer is getting a 4th, double robo into disruptors. Same setup that we saw previously. Now Migs, he might be in a better position coming into the mid game, but it's still going to be quite close. As you mentioned, last game it was Krystianer with a clear advantage. Here it's a little more even. At least more so than the previous game. Subs are cleaned up. They're getting caught out. Ghosts are banking up. And I would imagine that Krystianer isn't going to push until he's maxed. So he's maxed out with, what, 5 to 6 disruptors. With a wall of zealots. Here on Frostline, it can be quite difficult to be the defending player. As these bases, they're so much more wide open. Nice target firing here. Slowing 3 of those zealots. Catching out even more. Mind Shock going up. Nice pickups. The army spotted. Once again catching all these zealots. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there from Krystianer. Or unluckily got caught out. He's had a lot of his army. Mig's gonna be the first to max. But again, pushing into 4 disruptors. Sorry, 3. There it goes up. 2 Novas left. More disruptors on the way. And Migs, the pressure's on. Can he pull this off? So up to now 5 disruptors. Decent tank volleys. Liberation has arrived. He's got the better concave, takes down 2 of those disruptors. Novas, they go off. And when they take down the tank. Likewise, good splits. The bio army does survive. And he sims in. He sims in. Vindicta, he's breaking through. Running out of Vikings. Disruptors, they've yet to reset. And he's stimming in. Takes down 1 Colossus. There's 1 left. Can he get it? He's so close. It looks like he barely will. The disruptor goes down. He's getting some of the production. And that's going to be the win condition here. Can he depower everything in the natural? Takes down the pylon. 1 disruptor on the way. And Migs, he's done it. Whew. In one fell swoop, he breaks the main army, pushes into the natural, cancels production. And these robots, they should be depowered. They should be shut down. Colossus is not going to pop out without splash damage. There it is. GG. Good luck versus Gerald. And Vindicta will take the series 2-1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. A very decisive fight there for Vindicta. Again, in the lead up to the fight, he called out a wall of zealots, so a very strong start initially, as Migs was the first to max out. More importantly, the Novas were a little bit lackluster. As we saw, there were 5 disruptors. At the start of the fight, 2 disruptors, because the Novas were on cooldown, they moved forward on their own. So 2 disruptors, they went down almost immediately. There were 3 Novas left. Novas, they went out, they did connect with the tank, but not with the bio. They grazed some of the Marines and they grazed some of the Marauders, but they were not any big connections. They also kind of went out in a panic, and with that, Migs, he broke through then and there. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Vindicta does claim the series, does advance on to the semifinals, and that is going to be our next series here, of course, as the PVTs continue. Migs, he took down Mute, took down Krystianer, and now he's up against Gerald in the next round. Let's go. Whew, oh my god. Let us go. Hold on. But here we go. Here we go. GG, well played. Sorry, just messaging some players, making sure we don't get left behind. And we do have our next series ready for us here. Again, exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let's switch on over and catch up. Here we go. Here we have them here. Gerald, he took down Nick Rack 2-0, and that is our next series. Vindicta versus Gerald, another Terran versus Protoss, up against another Polish Protoss player as well. Likewise, lower bracket matches are finishing up as well. We do have Cham. Cham takes down Rebellion. Cham also advancing on to the lower semifinals. And Cham is waiting for the winner of Jumy and Nikic, either a ZVP or a ZVZ. So again, shout out to Cham, of course, El Chamaco, if you will. Yo, we have some NA representation. Migs and Cham, let's go for North and Latino America. Likewise, we have some European representation as well. Gerald, Jumy, Nikic, all going to be here, all rocking up. And as a reminder, we'll be covering both semifinals. We'll be covering both. Just catching up in the chat. Well, shout out for a second for yes. As we mentioned before, big shout out to Product Source for donating to the Matcherino. Big shout out. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Always a passionate and very supportive member of the community. Whether it's donating to this Matcherino for our events or running his own tournaments as well. Big shout out to Product Source. Again, if you want us to help support the CranKy Ducklings or help support this tournament specifically, you can do so via Matcherino. Can do so via Matcherino, as you can help boost the prize pool and help support these players. So, do have the option. Otherwise, GG, well played. And Visos are underway. So just setting up the YouTube title. Beautiful. And we might just go on a short break. Here to allow our players to conduct those vetoes, to get things ready, and to jump into that semifinals. So we're going to be taking this moment here to take a break. Take this time to get some snacks yourself, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain the disruptors, massage the Marines, and get ready here for the semis. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle number 27. Ooh, we had some drama in the chat. As in the quarterfinals, we had Krystianer wishing his opponent luck in the semis, and of course, this player here, Gerald, was actually in the chat. He was like, "What the hell, man?" So, what? But happy. We're brothers. Oh my god! How could you cheer for the Terran? How could you? The drama. And here we go. We're getting to our next series. We're getting into our semifinals, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of El Dorado, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss. Representing Streamer Zone, it is Gerald. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the American Terran player. We have the blue Terran. Representing the Platinum Heroes, it is Vindicta. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. I'll be honest, coming into a series against Krystianer was a favorite player, 100%. Krystianer, he was the favorite player. Krystianer, I would say he's, again, quickly risen as one of the best Protoss players in all of Europe. I would say maybe top 5 Protoss in Europe at the moment. And I would even go as far as to say that as I would typically place Krystianer even slightly above, if not very comparable here, to Gerald. Krystianer and Gerald, they're almost two sides of the same coin. They're very close in skill, very different playstyle wise is what I will say. Very different playstyle wise, but very close in skill nonetheless. So even though I would usually say, yeah, Gerald, he's also favored, Migs, he's been crazy. He's been popping up, Fabi. Oh my god. Miguelito, calm down. He's been looking very impressive here tonight, and already to make it to the semifinals is an achievement here for Vindicta. Can he go even further? Or will the favorite player make it to the finals? Personally, I just want an ace match. That's all I want. I would just want an ace match, but let's go. Here we go. We know who Krystianer's cheering for, at least. No. He betrayed the Brotherhood of Protoss. Well, I mean, they're countrymen, Papi, you know? Like Krystianer and Gerald. They're part of the Polish Protoss posse. All the Polish Protosses. Aye. He showed his true colors. A Terran within. Not like this. Not like this. For now, though, we do have our Twilight Council opener out of Gerald. Opening up Twilight Council. Meanwhile, Vindicta back at home, of course, heading into his natural. is a Rax Expand opener into a delayed factory. Opening up, settling in. Bunkers on the way. It's going to be on Vindicta to preserve his army, of course, to keep that SCV safe and to get that bunker up and running. And he will be able to. Bunker is done. And Vindicta is secure. From here, we're settling in. Ooh. Gerald's going for a proxy pylon here to scout. Checking for any drop play. Checking for drops. And likewise, Gerald will be going for his own scout into main base with that hallucination. When it comes to the main base setup here, Migs, he is getting into his own drop play. We have the Medevac in production, Widowmine as well. So opening up Widowmine drop, we'll see how committed it's going to be, whether he goes for a single Widowmine or if he gets into more. The answer is only one. Only one Widowmine straight into add-ons. So not the most committed drop. This is mainly just for scouting information. Oh! Forcing friendly fire! Nicely done there by Gerald to cheeky moves. Does force a friendly fire. And I know that I was hyping up Vindicta for making it this far in the tournament and for bringing down Krystianer. I should also sing praises of Gerald as well, as his big achievements, his big accolade was getting second place in the House of Galactic battle. If you missed out on the Polish land, I do recommend the VODs, as the drop is shut down, it is spotted, and forced to unload. So nice defense here from Gerald, denies the drop. But in that LAN event, again, it happened a couple weeks ago, we saw Gerald take down Spirit in the semifinals. It was a crazy result and a crazy upset. Everyone was singing praises of Spirit, I mean, myself included, about how he was the favorite player to win the tournament and to win it all. But Gerald, he shut him down in those semifinals in a very impressive series in that best of 5. And mate, if you can take down Spirit, there aren't many Terran players in the world that you can't bring down. Be out there, he's the beast, he's a mad lad, if you will. So, Gerald, he's definitely peaking at the moment when it comes to his skill. It's peaking. And we'll see if Vindicta can rise to the challenge. Catching up the medevac. Behind the stim is on the way. Stim +1, throwing down 3 more Raxes. Once again, a 5-rack setup. The question becomes, is Vindicta going to go for a 2-base all-in, or is he going to throw down a 3rd CC? So far, this is the same setup that we saw last game against Krystianer from Miguelito. From Migs. Behind this, we have the 3rd base on the way for Gerald, getting to his own Colossus production. Unlike Krystianer, we do see a faster Colossus out of Gerald. Faster Bay, delayed +1 and delayed charge instead. So he will have earlier and a larger Colossus count as the game progresses. As Gerald is poking in. Knocking down the depot. Does not get down. Likewise, Migs coming with Raven Harass. Hits that 3rd base. There's a shield battery. Gerald to secure. Shield battery is in position. The natural is more exposed. And probes are going to be going down. Not bad. Catching out 2, 3, soon to be 4 probe kills. 5 probes even. Very nice damage. Raven survives. But again, the Colossus count is building up. He's already got 1, now to 2. 2 Colossus. Temple Archives on the way for Storm, 4 Archons. And Geralt is taking up and getting ready for the eventual push. Speaking of, here it comes. And I don't see a 3rd CC yet. I don't see no 3rd. Adept Shades in, delays the push. Gets an SCV. And as Migs moves out, Geralt, he's here to slow him down. He's here to slow him down. To pick up Marines. Maybe even a tank, which would be crazy, but that's what he wants. 1 Marine goes down. And behind this, Migs, he does not pull the boys, but he doesn't have a 3rd CC yet. Very committed. He has to trade well here. He has to get damage done. If not even just breaking the expansion. SV Scout will confirm the Colossus. Storm is almost done as well. He's got his High Templar. His Storm is almost ready. Third Colossus has arrived. Still no CC. Gerald trying to catch reinforcements. And he will find them. Gets a Marauder. Massive pickup. Drop into the natural. Again, pushing into 3 Colossus. The tanks are exposed. No, he loses 2 tanks going down. Massive pickups. And Gerald, he will completely shut this down. Storm pops off. Big connections. And the tanks, they crumble. And with that, Gerald, he should clean this up. I say should. The Vikings, they will take down the Colossus, though. He gets 1, he gets 2. This is getting scrappy. Colossus are falling. Zelts are being cleaned up. Migs, can he break through? He cannot. Gerald holds. Gerald, he holds on. And remember, there was no expansion. Migs, he scans, sees there is no 4th, just now being thrown down as Migs gets a 3rd. Very late 3rd base. Again, this was a borderline all-in out of Vindicta. And he did reset the Colossus count, that is true. But I'm sure he was hoping for more. And he's being outscaled. He's already down 20 workers, by the way. He's down 20 probes. And it's going to get even worse here with this 4th base. Migs pulling back. Honestly, we could have seen a different outcome here if Vindicta, if he didn't lose his tanks, if the Zelts didn't come in from behind. He's scanning, looking for the expansion. Looking for the 4th. But that Zelt surround was brutal. And now Migs, he's stuck at home. He's stuck at home. Building up more Ghosts, building up more Vikings. Observer does get eyes on the 3rd CC, so Gerald, he should feel safe. The Liberator has arrived, not bad. Denies mining. We'll get a lot of damage done. That's EMP. Leading out Storm. Oh, where's the blink? The blink here from Gerald. Catching out a handful of Stalkers. At the same time, 4 SCVs going down for 5 probes. Migs still taking some losses. Gerald. Oh. Threatening a push. Yeah, distracting the main army. Zelts coming from behind. They go for the mineral line. Getting more economic damage. And here comes Gerald, just sandwiching the army. Takes down the tank once again. Ooh, brutal storm of the Vikings. Storm pops up. Colossus, they break through. And Gerald, he is overwhelming. He will lose 1 Colossus. The storms, they keep connecting though. And there's still 1 Colossus left. Does survive. GG gets called as Vindicta is broken. And Gerald will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Gerald will take the first game. And again, Migs once again going for the same build. Going for this 5-rack setup. Pushing, committing on 2 bases. And alas, the 3rd base was so incredibly late there for Vindicta. I do think there was potential when it came to his push, but that Zealot surround was just so brutal, catching reinforcements, but more importantly, getting on top of the tanks. He was able to bring down 2 tanks with those Zealots, and he only had the 1 tank left. Vindicta, he was pulled apart, and with that, GG. GG, well played. We're making our way into game 2, and I'm hoping for an ace match. Regardless of how this goes, I'm hoping for a game 3, but the pressure is now on Vindicta. Let's go. So in the chats, if you're unfamiliar with these players, they're both pros. If you're familiar with Gerald, he's one of the best Protosses in all of Europe. Likewise, Vindicta, one of the best Terrans in the Americas region as well. Both players like what 6+ K MMR. At a certain point, you don't really care about MMR. Like, you're not like, oh, what's like Alasia's MMR? What's Lambo's MMR? Like, you just kind of accept their ranking, their placements. But here we go. We are getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is Gerald. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player. True. Yeah, the blue Terran from Land of the Americas for Platinum Heroes. It is Vindicta. I mean, the Raven did kill a lot of probes. True. Did get a lot of economic damage. But if you remember, he was killing probes, but at the same time, he was also losing some SCVs, and it wasn't quite enough to give Migs the edge he really wanted. Not quite enough. We go. So we are selling in. Again, for those that may be tuning in for the first time, this is a regular bi-weekly tournament. We did take a bit of a break during the Christmas holidays, of course, for Christmas and New Year's. So we did take a bit of time off, but now, of course, our tournaments are back. And they're open to all regions, all shapes, all sizes. Again, this event is a little bit more favored towards the NA/Korean time zone. Despite that, we get some very passionate, very dedicated European competitors like Jumy, like Nikic, like Gerald, Krystianer. So I do appreciate it, always, always. Nikirat, Hatsu. A lot of players. Krystianer, he was, I was messaging him before, after the series, and I was also, if you remember, I was talking about how Krystianer, he's a rare sight in the Turtle Tussle, as he is not one of your typical degens when it comes to the European region. He said so himself. He was like, I'm not used to playing like this late. It's not quite worth it. It's like, it's all good, Pappy, it's all good. Definitely get some getting used to when it comes to playing deep late into the night. I know it's quite late in Poland. Quite late. But here we go, Reaper moves out, and we do have a Twilight Council opener out of Gerald. Let's go. It is going to be the Twilight Council. Once again, Migs does pull back. And is getting to his own 1-1-1 set. And we'll see how Vindicta does mix it up here. If at all. Oh, hello, Byhammer. Hello, hello. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Gerald did commit to the shade. He has to recall back home. As he does shut down the Reaper. Denies the scouts. Gerald, he did spot the starport, so he knows that there's no crazy 3-axe behind this, or 2-1-1. Likewise, Migs did not get eyes on the tech. He's not aware of what's going on. Not yet. He's not fully aware. Gerald, he breaks out, gains map control. Hallucination spots the Widowmine drop. This time it's going to be 2 Widowmines, not 1. And with that second hallucination, he can even just chase down the medevac. He can, and he will. So Geralt, he's fully aware. Is getting ready. Moves out with the Stalkers. Attempts to intercept. Oh. The Jigs. Makes he boost through the center. Geralt trying to keep up. He's on the way. He's rotating over. Drop doubles back. Geralt, he's looking. He's searching. He wants that medevac. And he gets his third base. Gets his third. Once again, as opposed to Krystianer, we just see a faster bay. That is a bay before charge, before +1. So faster Colossus production from Geralt. Followed by a +1 in charge. Back at home, Migs likewise building up as well. Going for his add-on swaps, getting to stim, getting to combat shields, +1. Oh, and here comes that Imba Raven, true. The Raven is coming. Stalkers, they get spotted. Observer does get eyes on the Raven. Gerald, he wants to hunt it down. He's on the way. And it looks like he will catch it. Couple of volleys, forcing it back. The Raven will survive. Oh my god. We'll barely make it out. Water Angel coming back in. But doesn't get much done. This makes he has to pull away. Once again, solid defense here by Gerald, keeping up with everything. With the Ravens, with the medevac drops. Vindicta's still just stuck at home, building up his forces. Raven coming back online. Headed towards the natural. Gerald's in position. He's ready with those stalkers. Oh. As he does slide both of those Widow Mines. Bleeding out one stalker, but two Widow Mines go down. Not bad. There's a recall back home. As Raven is still pinned out. Still stuck outside the natural. Widow Mine drop as well. We have another double drop moving out. Vindicta looks like he wants to try to catch those stalkers again, but there aren't any stalkers, not anymore. They were recalled. And Gerald is just building up. Just building up back at home. He's got his first, soon to be his second Colossus. Charge, +1. And this time Mig's going for a much faster third CC. Yeah, third CC finishing up at this point, so this time a much more economic setup by Vindicta. He's nowhere near as committed. And I believe Gerald, he did confirm. He is aware. He knows he's safe, which means Gerald, he should soon be taking a fourth. As he saw the timing of the third CC. Keen eyes there to Migs. Gets the Observer. Takes down the Observer. Northern Army gets forced back. Third base getting up and running. And we're still waiting for the fourth base here of Gerald. Has yet to throw it down. Going for a bit of a more delayed Temple Archives, working towards Storm. Migs, he's looking for the fourth base. It doesn't exist. Vindicta should be feeling pretty good about this. As Gerald, he doesn't have the best economy here that he otherwise should. Fourth base now on the way. And Mix is looking for it. Likewise rotating. Shatters to the turtle. It's waving. Making his way over. Carol setting up spotter pylons. And for the most part, we just have posturing. Makes he's looking for bases, that is true, but back at home he's just building up. So is Gerald. Storm is on the way. Soon to be up to 3 Colossi. Oh, sorry, soon to be up to 4, Jesus. 4 Colossus. No disruptors. Just Colossus into Storm. Oh, catches out the drop. Not bad. Marine's going down, going for the medevac. Medevac does survive. He backs off. Now, as Gerald postures, he is getting ready here for a Zealot run by. He's also ready to dive in towards that third. Mix has to be careful. Mind Jump coming back in. Finally gets a probe, just the one. He's been waiting so long. Likewise, the Raven did come back home. And the supplies are comparable. Supplies are neck and neck. Kelsey's getting ready with those zealots. I believe Vindicta, he barely caught a glimpse of them with that sensor tower. Yeah, he does spot the zealots. Catching out a handful of them. At the same time, Gerald coming in from behind. Tank is exposed. And he's going for it. He will get the tank. Nice pickup. and gets a tank for free. Zelze at the third base. 6 SCV kills. And this is just slowing Vindicta down. As he's trying to break out. Massive Storm! Oof. Doesn't kill anything. Does soften up the army. Gerald taking another expansion. Is that a fifth? I was like, did he get a 5th Colossus? Still up to 4. 4 Colossus. And Storm. Disruptor's now on the way. Gerald trying to collapse in. From multiple angles. Oof. Storm turns away. Yeah, he has to back up. Decent EMPs. But he can't fight this head on. Has to pull back. That's 4 Colossus popping out. The Vikings go down. And Migsy gets caught out. The Colossus, the lasers. They force him back. Again, Migsy had a group of 6 Vikings, but they got completely shut down. And without Vikings, there's no secure way to get on top of this. Colossus just forcing their way in. And Migsy's going to be overwhelmed. GG gets called. A really rough fight in the center of the map. And Gerald, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Gerald, he will claim the series, will advance on. And Vindicta, he's going to be knocked out of the tournament. But regardless of really strong showing here from Vindicta to make it to the semifinals, I should say. Likewise, there was a lot of posturing here. Both armies were almost maxing out, but just a really awkward angle of attack there for Vindicta. As a reminder, he got attacked from 3 different angles. There were 3 different armies coming in, converging. The Colossus towards the left, the Storms towards the right, the Zealots towards the center, and the Vikings, they got caught out. So the Vikings, they were the first to fall as they were exposed on the left-hand side. They went down to the Stalkers. And without the Vikings, there was no secure way to deal with that Protoss army or to deal with the Colossus. GG. GG, well played. Whew. And with that, we do have our first finalists, but the question becomes, who will join Gerald in those grand finals as we are getting ready here for our lower semis. And it looks like we have our matches ready for us. Oh. Un momento. We have our series ready. It's going to be a ZVZ. Oh my god, I'm a little bit surprised. It's going to be Cham versus Nikic. Oh. As Nikic did take down Jumy 2-1. Here we go. But yeah, we're getting into that lower semifinals here to determine who will face off against Gerald in the grand finals. Shout out to Jumy, by the way. I know Jumy, he did run a sleep schedule to compete here. I mean, as have a lot of these players in this tournament. And he was streaming his POV, so if you want to tune into Nikic versus Jumy, check out those matches over on the FUD of Jumy's stream as we are getting into our semis. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Amygdala, we have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg player from Belarus. It is Nikic. Going for the 12 pool. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have El Chamaco himself. We have the Mexican Zerg player, the blue Zerg. It is Cham. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Miguelito may have gone down, but Cham, he is here to wave that NA flag. We'll see if he can, as he's up against a very aggressive build. Again, 12 pool out of Nikic, Hatch, Gas pool, standard opener out of Cham. We'll see if he can keep up. We'll see if he can minimize losses against this. Now, as a reminder, a 12 pool isn't always an all-in. We can go for a 12 pool drone pool, or we can go 12 pool into an expansion, into an aggressive start, into a macro game. So we'll see how hard Nikic commits here as the Lings are in production, and Nikic, he will expand. Let's go. Hello, Death Dealer. Hello. ¿Qué tal? Bienvenidos. Coming into this, I would favor Cham. Like, again, Cham has been on a tear as of late. It's been great to see the return of Cham as well. Cham, he was very inactive in 2023, coming into 2024 as well. Cham, he was playing in WTL. He was playing in Team League matches for Starlight Twinkle, but Cham wasn't really playing in anything else, maybe like in an OSC every now and then. But in the past couple of months, we have seen Cham playing quite regularly in the Basilisk Big Brain bouts, and also playing in these open cups for the past last 2 weeks, or maybe 3 weeks at this point, ever since almost the beginning of January. So it's been great to see the return of Cham. Once again, that spark has has flared up. The fire's been lit, and he's been competitive once again. But now, though, he has to save the base. He has to save the natural. The boys have been pulled, and he cannot afford to lose any drones. He has to be so careful here with his control. Lings are popping out. Queen is on the way. So far, Cham not losing anything yet. Just trying to buy time. And he can't afford to lose expansion. Nice drone drilling here out of Cham. Does commit. Pulls away the weakened drones. Oh, but the control! Cham! Does he lose one drone? Not even. He pulls away every single time. Oh, sorry, apologies. Two drones went down. Good control, but damage was done. Doesn't get the expansion, but as it all settles, Nickish, he's down one worker. Whew. Okay. So again, it isn't just that Nickish is down one drone. As you can see here, he's actually evening up the worker count. He also denied a lot of mining time as well. So Cham slipped up a little bit there, losing 2 drones. With that, Nickish should be walling up. He should be walling up and walling off. Now, when it comes to the aftermath of a 12 pull, the 12 pulling player, again, it wasn't an all-in. He's droning, taking his gases, but he has to wall off. The reason for this here, no link speed. No link speed, no banelings. It is standard for Nickish here to go into 2-base roach and to wall off. Right now, Cham is going for an all-in. He responds. He's not droning. He's massing up lings. And he's going for a link flood. Cham is going for a link flood here. And if Nickish doesn't wall, he's going to be in danger. There we go. The Eva Cham gets thrown down. We need the Roach Warren. We need the full wall. And even then, it's not going to be easy. There it is. There's that Roach Warren. There's the other Eva Chamber. Lings are here to delay up the drone. Drone is going to be forced back. Again, Cham is trying to delay the wall. Oh, he delays for a couple of seconds, but alas, it will fully wall off. Now, what's important here, because of that delay, this Eva Chamber is low on HP. It's low on HP, it's low on progression, and Cham is going to focus it down. The Lings have arrived. We have a secondary wall behind this. Spine Crawler as well. We have 3 Queens. We have a Transfuse. Here we go, more Eva Chambers. The wall will be broken. And Lings are trying to flood in. Taking down multiple Eva Chambers, actually. Cham backs off, respects the Broodlings. Does respect the Broodlings, does not find his way in. Nickish with a quick re-wall. Whew. Yeah, it does wall up, and Nickish, he holds. He does hold. He's got 3 Queens, he has Transfuse, he has a second wall, he has a massive amount of Lings, and Cham is droning. Cham behind this, he is droning up. Now, on the one hand, was Cham committed? Was he like borderline all in with that counterattack? Yes, he was. But Nickish didn't get to drone. He didn't get to saturate. Nickish is down to 25 workers. Cham now up to 31. Again, it's a very low economic game state here. And he forced Nickish to throw down all these Evo Chambers. And they finish as well. That's a big investment here. As he lost 2 Evo Chambers. And he lost the Roach Warren. He lost the Roach Warren. Massive pickoff. Which means no roaches whatsoever. Not yet. We have +1 melee here out of Nickish. There is Ling speed as well. And it looks like Nickish is going for a counter all-in. So Nickish is making a choice. Honestly, he could have gone for a lair. Could have drone up, taken more gases. What we can see here is that he's going for his own just counterplay. The aggression continues. Again, there's no place for Ling speed unless we're going for a Ling flood. Couple of roaches on the way. Again, Nickish, he's not taking into lair. Meanwhile, I believe Cham, he is getting a 3rd base, expanding. Still droning, still taking gases. Cham has to be careful. And Cham, if he sees Ling speed, that is a tell. You can see here Nickish hiding those Lings. Doesn't want to reveal them. Doesn't want to show his hand. So intentionally just keeping those Lings back. As Ling speed is a tell. +1 melee from both players. Nickish's 3rd base is denied. Still very tense. Roaches are revealed. Once again, Nickish will keep those Lings back. And Nickish, he has not been droning. He's down to 33 drones. And now he pulls the trigger. He commits. As he commits, Cham coming in from behind. There's a full wall. He does nothing with the Lings. And now here comes the all-in. It's all or nothing for Nickish. Cham trying to respond. The 3rd base is exposed. Cham, he droned up maybe a little bit too much here. Lings are revealed. Cham catching reinforcements, at least trying to. Road Ravager pushing in. Queens are rocking up as well. Cham catching out those Lings. The Ravagers are exposed. They're being targeted down. He gets one. He gets, oh, the Queen as well. The Queen falls. Ravagers are falling. But Lings, they're coming from behind. And Cham, he will clean this up. He will shut this down. And Cham has a massive lead. He's up more than 10 workers. And GG. Cham will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. Again, a very aggressive game. Nikic with the 12 pull, followed by Cham's Ling Flood, followed by Nikic's Ling Roach All In, followed by Cham's Defense. Again, very back and forth, very chaotic. Whew. Again, Cham, he did drone up to 44, but it looks like he did have... thankfully, he was making Roaches. He was making Roaches, making Ravagers. He was able to spot the All In coming, so he was able to slow it down. He was able to catch reinforcements and move his army in position in time. GG. GG, well played. Whew, a very intense game 1. And we'll see how this story continues as we get into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go as we're now getting into game 2 here. And we'll see if we can force the ace match. I'm hoping for a game 3, but the pressure is now on Nikic. I can't imagine we're gonna be 12 pulling again. No shot. No shot. As we are getting to ley lines as game 2. You hear those beeps. Our players are ready. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the red Zerg player, currently down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match from the land of Belarus. It is Nikic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg from the land of Mexico, leading the series 1-0. It is Cham. And this time, hatch first. Whew, okay. We can calm things down here. We had an aggressive build out of Nikic last time, but now we're slowing it down. We're getting to a hatch first, hatch gas pool, standard opener. Likewise, so is Cham. No crazy early gas or early pool timing. Not this time. So again, hatch gas pool out of Nikic. Cham going hatch pool gas. This is typically Cham's opener. He does often, again, it's not as standardized, but is normal for Cham. Settling in. Does mean that Cham will have slightly less gas, but only slightly, as we get in towards the mid game. Let's go. Let us go. Live. Oh, Cyberjohn. He's finally watching live. Este Cyberjohn. SMH my head. As the players are building up. From here, we're going to be keeping our eye on the third base timing. We'll see if we take a third base on time. We'll see if we skip the Baliness as well. There are certain areas here where we can see more forms of aggression or forms of greed. So we'll keep an eye on both Cham and Nikic to see if either one does deviate from the norm. For now, just running. For now, just saturating. Overlords, they dip in. They confirm the timing of the hatchery. They confirm that there is no early pool. Link speed is on the way. And Nikic does pull out of gas, as you typically would. Cham stays in. Interesting. This might just be a more inefficient style, or it might be with purpose. With extra gas, it does mean that Cham can morph in extra banelings. So Cham could be more assertive with this. Third base is on the way. We'll see if Cham is going to be the aggressor here. As Nikic does move out. Bailey and Ness are on the way. So far, no one is cutting any corners. So far, everything is looking as it should. Cham kiting back. Let's go. Poking in. Dancing with the lings. Being cheeky. And buying time. Waiting for his own lings to mass up. A little bit late to respond with his queen is what I will say. And the hatchery does take a lot of hits as a result. The ling speed is now done. The queens have arrived. And Cham holds. And behind this, what do we see? 10 more lings in production. Banelings are morphing in initially defensively. Likewise, Nikic also reinforcing as well. More banelings on the way for Cham. And Nikic does throw down that roach horn behind the mineral line. Rushing into much faster roaches. But now being forced back. Ling scout for Cham. Does slip in. Oh my god. And does Nikic notice? Again, quick moves here out of Cham. Looks like Nikic does not notice. Banelings are in the main. Cham poking in, distracting. Banelings are well into mineral line. Throw bases under fire. Nikic does respond. Does pull away. Ooh, and no major connection. We connect with everything, but one baneling is not enough. Lings, they surround the expansion. Third base is going to go down. Massive pickup. Oof. And Cham pulls out. He does pull away. I can imagine one more baneling. That's so close. So close back. Likewise, third base also goes down for Cham. Oh my god, both players with their bases. Both players stuck on 2. But Nikic does have to take advantage as roaches are on the way. Roaches are building up. Both players in trouble. Cham does have the drone lead. And Nikic has one baneling, sorry, not 2. Banes they finish up. Cham pulls away, baits out one of the banes. There's one baneling left. And Cham, he wants that third. He's gonna get it as well. Peels off some lings, takes down the baneling. There's a kill, not a cancel. Massive pickup at the same time. Nikic goes into the mineral line. Baneling goes down. Drones are falling. And nice damage here from Nikic. But Cham, he's rebuilding his third base. He still loses 5 drones. Good damage. Cham still has a worker lead though. Still up in drones, up in economy. Cham still has that advantage. And Nikic looks like he's going for an all-in. Yeah, Nikic is making roaches. And only roaches. A handful of lings. No expansion. No lair either. Cham is taking into a lair into roach speed. And over time is going to be outscaling Nikic. So Nikic is just going to commit. And Cham, does he notice? He sees the expansion, and that may prompt him to drone. But as we can see, Nikic, he has not droned at all. Like, there's no saturation here, or there's a half saturation at the natural. Here comes the all-in. He's pushing out. So Cham does not have an overlord. Yeah, there's no overlord in position. A big oversight there for Cham. Cham, he will catch the queens, but that doesn't matter. Because here comes Nikic. 3 queens do go down. Cham is trying to set up. Roaches are amassing. Has Cham been too greedy? Denies the third. And it's all or nothing for Nikic. He commits. Forcing his way in. Base towards the mineral line. Good reaction there at the Cham. But there's still so many roaches. Cham just has to buy some time. And Lings are racing back home. Yeah, they're racing back. And it looks like Cham, he will hold. He will shut this down. Lings, they come in from behind, they're gonna surround, and they look down the army. And Nikic, he's just run out of steam. He does not have enough. Remember, there is no third base, no queens, no nothing, no economy. GG, and Cham, he will hold. He will take the series 2-0. GG. Congratulations, Cham will claim it again. Hyper aggression out of both players, to be fair. Like Nikic, he did start with the 12 pull in game 1, but in the aftermath, you know, Cham was also cutting workers, also investing into his own aggression. Here in game 2 as well, back and forth, very aggressive, which is what we love out of our ZVZs. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Whew. Cham, he will claim it, will advance on to the grand finals, and we have our top 2. We have our top 2 players here for this week's Tenacious Turtle Tussle. It's going to be a best of 5 between Cham and Gerald. Let's go. Let us go. Again, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. As the bracket has been progressing, and really this is what we want out of events like this. We have these 2 regions colliding. We have Latino America up against Europa here in the finals. Protoss versus Zerg, Gerald versus Cham. Let's go. Vetoes are underway. Don't forget to join Match Arena. Top 4 paydowns. Beautiful. And as we get ready for these grand finals, of course, as I just mentioned, if you want to help support this tournament, if you want to help support these players, then you can do so via Matcherino, !Matcherino in the chat, and you'll get a link to the Matcherino page where you can boost the prize pool. And oh my god, speaking of boosting the prize pool, not just Protostegosaurus, but Blakadoos as well with 25 USD. Oh my Bappy. Thank you so much. We do appreciate it. We do appreciate it here. Again, by default, the prize pool for the Turtle Tussle is 150 USD, but has now been boosted by 100 more USD. So 250 USD on the line. Let's go. And again, that is split between the top 4 players. So shout out to both, shout out to Nikic and Nikic as well as Vindicta for making it to the top 4, as they also get paid out. Let's go. As they also will get some earnings for their time. And we need a moment here to set things up. Beautiful. For those finals. And again, it is going to be that best of 5. And coming into this, who do I favor here? Am I biased because of Cham's performances in the Basilisk Big Brain Bounce? Let's have a look at Wikipedia. Because these are matches that I don't get to watch. As you can imagine, the those show matches that Cham does typically play in are at a more European-centric time. And I think we're usually casting during that time as well, to be fair. So I don't really get to tune into any of them. But just looking at the results, I am curious here. He went to the ace match against Euthermal as of late. Let's see here. He took down Goblin, he took down Fiant, took down Nicaract, took down Special, Juanito, took down Milky Cow. But I'm most concerned with ZVPs. Like, it's some of these results are impressive. Okay. Actually, this is a rematch. So Cham did actually defeat Gerald recently in the OOC King of the Hill number 198, but that was a best of 1. You know, OOC King of the Hill, those are best of 1, so there's not really much you can glean there. I do actually think that Cham is favored in the best of 1 format because Cham can be very aggressive and very unusual, very unorthodox. But there he took down Gerald, took down Jumy, took down MinoVK, Lunacy, Gerald again. So he's got a pretty good track record overall. Again, Cham has been looking very impressive as of late, but we'll see how he compares. Again, Geralt likewise has also been improving a lot over time. I don't expect this to be one-sided. Regardless of how this goes, I'm not expecting a 3-0. I'm hoping for a game 4, ideally a game 5. I want a back and forth, Pappy. I want a back and forth. Let's go. As our players need a moment to prepare. Do you need a moment? Yo, shout to Indy in that. Let's go. Wait, why are you awake? It's the Indy. Oh my god. Shema, papi, Shema. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you, Indy. As we're getting into the finals. Oh, the duck. Oh no. Always good to see you, and here we go. We're getting into the finals. We're getting into our best of 5. Again, the finals of Tenacious Turtle Tussle number 27. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Mexican Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. It is Cham. And you know what time it is. If you're in the chat, it is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As a reminder, this is not a best of 3, it's a best of 5. And the predictions are for the entire series, not just the game. So best of luck. Whew. As we are settling in, Cham going for the hatch first. Likewise, Gerald going for the gate expand into Cybercore. Standard opener so far, and I think it's important to point that out when considering Cham. Again, Cham, he is not a standard player, especially in ZVP. We see a lot of all-ins, a lot of roach-based all-ins, some drop lord play as well. Cham is hyper-aggressive and can be difficult to read here in the ZVP matchup. He does not, he rarely plays standard. He rarely plays standard, rarely plays macro as well. So we'll see if Gerald can keep up. We'll see if and how he can keep up. As Overlords are fanning out, expansions being taken. And so far, nothing really too much to delve into outside of the map. Welcome one and all to El Dorado. Again, in this best of 5, there are less vetoes, of course, so we're able to experience more maps. El Dorado being one of the more unusual maps in the map pool. You can, of course, expand towards your opponent. You can take the gold bases. There are these bases here towards the center, and also the base in the dead center of the map as well. So plenty of gold to be taken. Does reduce the time it takes to get across the map as well. Does reduce the rush distance. That can be a factor coming into this. We'll see. But now Cham embrace. Oh my god, opening up with 8 Lings. Already an aggressive start. Ling speed is on the way. Cham, he pulls out of gas. And he is moving out with those 8 Lings. Likewise, does pull the boys. Okay, now we see why he pulls the boys. And again, I feel a little bit validated talking earlier about how Cham is unorthodox in this matchup and he does not play standard. This is what I mean. He rarely plays macro, and here we're just going all in. We pull the boys. The Lings are flooding across the map, and the goal here is to bust into that natural, get on top of the pylon, and end the game. Remember, there's no warp gate. 1 gateway is all there is. 1 stalker is all there is. And Cham, he's going for the dive. He's going for the dive. He's going to be rallying, drilling past that stalker. Boys being pulled away. He goes for the pylon, and the pylon is going to fall. That'll depower the production. And now there's 1 stalker and 1 stargate. Pylon goes down. Cham busting into the main. Oracle's on the way. Shield Biters get thrown down in a panic. And he has to pull the boys as well. Yeah, worker on worker violence. Let's go. Probes are being pulled. Decent drilling from both sides. Oh my god. Yeah, the drilling does continue. Drones are going down, Lings are getting cleaned up, and Gerald, he defends, he shuts this down, the shield battery is done, and Gerald, he holds. Whew. Oh my god, again, quick reaction, quick shield battery. Lings are still rallying in, but now there's an Oracle, and Gerald, he should be able to clean this up. I mean, he has to be careful, still just the 1 stalker. Speaking of, Lings, they do rush past. They try to rush past. Into the mineral line, but the shield battery putting in a lot of work. There's the NG overcharge as well, and these Lings, they do nothing. Yeah, Gerald, he should be fine. Yeah, I say, oh, actually, the natural base is going to go down. Cham is just keeping the army distracted. The natural's under fire, will fall. Pylon soon thereafter. Lings, they rush past. Oracle's running out of energy. We're going for the Stalker. That's a lot of Lings. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Remember, Warp Gate's not done. The surround! Stalker gets surrounded. Lings, they flood into the mineral line. The Oracle's still popping up. Jesus, how much energy does it have? The Oracle's still a factor. Lings going for the gateway. They should be going for the pylon. So a bit of an A move there by Cham. The Adept does pop out. Again, that shouldn't have happened, as the pylon did survive. There's 2 Adepts. 2 Adepts. Cybercore's being rebuilt. Natural's under fire. Warp Gate should still be denied. Yeah, as the Oracle's out of energy. Yeah, the wall will fall, and Cham, he's droning. He's droning up. He's crazy. Yeah, there's the other overcharge. Cybercore goes down. And now we need to take a moment here to take stock. Now, on the one hand, Cham is droning, but he has 12 drones. Like, he does not have an economy. Like that, like the economy here is non-existent. Not just that, no queens. No queens. Spores on the way. All it takes is for these oracles to move out across the map to wreak havoc. Lings get us around. They take down both adepts. Not bad. They snipe both adepts. Oh, the oracles. I mean, again, their energy is finite here. Energy is running out. And Cham, he wants to at least deny the base once again. He's still recovering back at home. He's still droning. Again, his droning is just so delayed. Gerald should be able to recover, but there's always a chance. Always. As now we're getting up to 3. Yeah, getting up to 3 oracles at this point. Gerald should be fine. He will not lose the expansion. Has plenty of energy. And Cham's just droning up as much as he can. he's just hammering down that D key. Give me all the drones. Queens are building up. And we are kind of stabilizing, but I do give the edge to Gerald, just because he's been mining more for longer, and because he has triple oracle. And what does this mean? With triple oracle, even though there are queens, even though there are spores, he can still get damage done. And speaking of, dips in, gets 1 drone, pulls away. Like, he can still harass. Ling's trying to force activation of the pulsar beam. There we go. It's activated. Twilight Council behind this. Extra gateways. Lings, they do find the... Oh my god, almost. They almost find their way in. And again, they're just forcing resources to be spent here. The pylons with the wall. Shield battery as well. The lair is on the way. And Cham, he is still not recovered, by the way. Like, Cham, he has drone up somewhat, but he needs more time. He needs more time back. Aye, aye, aye. Link's rotating back. Oh. Overlord is going to be focused down. Nice catch. Takes down the Overlord. Gets one, goes for the other. Not bad. Supply blocking Cham. And Gerald, he's moving out. And Cham, he's in trouble. He's supply blocked. Still droning, by the way. Barely has an army. This is the army. A handful of Lings. Yeah, 9 Lings to defend. Another Overlord falling. Losses that Cham cannot afford. And again, he was so close to breaking Gerald. So close. Honestly, like, I'm still thinking, like, what if he had focused on the pylons of the gateway and stopped the extra death from popping out? Maybe. Like, every little bit counts. And Gerald's fine. Yeah. he shuts out the base, hunts down a queen. Queen goes down. 3rd is safe and sound as well. Again, it's been a good effort here by Cham to try to get into an economic game state here. As going into 2 base Hydra, but GG gets called. The writing is on the wall, and Gerald, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. After a very intense game 1, by the way. GG, well played. Shout out to Gerald, by the way, when it comes to his response and when it comes to his reaction. As a reminder, Gerald, he was so quick to abandon the low ground and to throw down that shield battery in the main. Throw down the shield battery, throw down another pylon, and to wall up and create Sim City and to secure himself in that main base. Really quick reaction. Clearly, Gerald, he has faced that before. He's been in that situation many a time in the past and does handle himself well. GG. Let's go. Whew, let us go. As it looks like our players need some time, which is understandable. Our players, they do need a moment here to catch their breath. After a very intense game 1, I don't blame them at all. Don't blame them. But Gerald, he does survive the initial aggression, and what I will say here is that I don't expect Cham to do that again. When it comes to Cham's builds, like, he has a plethora of builds up his sleeve. I'm sure we're going to be seeing some more all-ins and some more aggression. That is true, but we don't have to see, you know, a Ling Flood with a drone pool. We could see, again, like, Roche-based all-ins, Bane Bus as well, going for German taxis, going for Ling Queen Nidus-based all-ins. Like, there's a lot of play available here to Cham, and it's going to be up to Gerald to survive it all. And he's taking his first step. His first big step here in this series. He has to do it 2 more times. 2 more times, Pappy. Let's go. In general, I would just promote really safe play from Gerald in general here. Just really safe play. And we'll see if we get it. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is Gerald. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the Mexican Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, down in this series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Cham. El Chamaco himself. Let's go. Let us go. As Gerald, he does move out, will delay the expansion. Will force the third base. The unnatural natural out of Cham. And again, is going to be Hatch first. As a reminder, last game, it was also Hatch Gas Pool. It was a standard opener, followed by the Ling Flood. And I would say that aggression is also going to be favored here in Whispers of Gold. Again, welcome one and all to one of the smallest maps in the map pool. Very short rush distance by ground. Aggression is the name of the game on Whispers of Gold. As opposed to other maps, as opposed to even El Dorado, there's no ramp, right? In El Dorado, there's a ramp coming into the natural. Here, there is no ramp, so the natural's less defendable. Likewise, no ramp at the third, or even here. I mean, there's a wide ramp at the fourth base, but again, is wider, multiple angles of attack. In general, the third and fourth bases are much more vulnerable than on other maps on Whispers of Gold. So this is kind of like the rush map. And as a result, we see a lot of 2 and 3 base all-ins on this map. So for the most part, my eyes are going to be on Cham. From the side of Gerald, we expect standard openers and just really safe play, you know, Stargate into Oracle, maybe even Stargate Void Ray opener. I mean, Void Ray openers are very hit and miss just because they allow you to be secure somewhat on your side of the map, but they also limit scouting. And I feel like scouting needs to be paramount here for Gerald. So we need those oracles, we need to get across the map and figure out what Cham is up to. Need to know when he drones, where he drones, if he drones, who he drones, everything. Show us what you got. Why he drones? Yeah, true. Why he drones? And now, third base on the way. Getting his third, pulling out of gas, just ling speed. So far, so good. When will he wear wigs? Oh, exactly. When will the clown makeup come out? He needs to know. He needs to know. But now, Stargate. Stargate out of Gerald. Going for the Oracle, I would imagine. Notice the Oracle's on the way. Gerald setting up. Shading into the main. So far, Cham is keeping up. And for the time being, it's going to be Cham on the back foot. It's going to be Cham trying to keep up with the aggression of the Adepts and the Oracles. We'll see if Cham can minimize losses. As Gerald gets his third. Third base on the way. Cham is moving out to try and delay the third. I believe the Oracle did get eyes on this. Does respond. Oracle races back home. Third base under 5, but the Oracle should deal with this. And will force Cham back. At the same time, Adepts shade into the natural. Oh, they get 1, 2, 3 drones already. 4 drone kills. Oh my god, this is already getting out of hand. 5 drones going down, 6 drone kills. And that is just far too much here. Gerald does take a lead. He saves his own third base, gets 6 workers across the map. Lings ate the third once again, but the Oracle is still in position, and the Oracle will defend. Gerald's in a much more dominant position here. Forced to reinforce, forced to warp in. Oh, once again, does bait out the Pulsar Beam, but plenty of energy. Plenty to work with. The Lings, they do nothing, or at least, I mean, they keep Gerald pinned. 5-minute layer here at the Cham. Lair first. No Spore. Oh, drones are falling left and right. And then, I mean, does take down the Oracle at least. Okay, not bad. A better trade for Cham. Gerald slipping up. Does slip up, was otherwise distracted. 1 Oracle for 3 drones. That was not worth it. And a better trade for the Zerg. Okay. We're back in this. I was about to start smudging, Papi. I mean, if the Oracle had gotten away, that would have been brutal. But last did not. So we're having a bit of a back and forth. Gerald reinforcing on the right-hand side. Cham, he has some links to keep up. Catching out one of the adepts. At least trying to. Yeah, Ling's gonna get cornered. Sorry, Adept's gonna get cornered. 1 Adept goes down. Behind this, Gerald taking up, throwing down a plethora of gateways. Gates are on the way. Blink is on the way. Gerald securing himself. And Cham back at home is going to Ling Roach. With that Lair getting to Roach speed, no Hydras, no upgrades, no Evo Chamber. Just Ling speed and Roach speed. So Cham is being quite committed here with how he's playing. He's not really thinking further ahead. The Oracle does dish out a lot of damage. And the Queen is going to go down. But we do force a recall and we catch out one of those Stalkers. 1 Stalker and the Adept. And Cham, he's not droning. He's not taking gases. No gases here at the 3rd base. No droning at the 4th. He has bases. He has larva. And what's he doing with it? Making roaches. Making roaches, Lings, and this looks like a 3-base all-in. Well, I should say it's still under a 3-base economy, but more or less 3-base all-in here out of Cham. Is moving out. There is a wall. Forcing warp-ins. Trying to keep Gerald busy. Coming from left, coming from the right. Again, Cham, he hasn't made a drone in quite some time. He's knocking down those rocks. And it's all or nothing for Cham. And Gerald, he doesn't know. He hasn't seen this yet. He's seen the Lings. And he spots the rocks. He knows. He sees rocks being knocked down. That is a tell. And we need warp-ins. We need shield batteries. Roaches are revealed. Lings coming in from behind. Stasis gets baited. Decent stasis goes off. And there is a shield battery. There's 1 shield battery here at the 3rd base. Void Ray's on the way. And Cham, he starts stepping in. He's going for the kill. He wants those Stalkers. He wants them. He ignores the economy. Stalkers are getting pinned down. Some of them do escape, but not all of them. Most of them actually, they fall. Oh my god. Tries to blink away, but a much better trade for Cham. He shut down the army. He chased down how many? 13 Stalkers. And there's barely anything left. And Cham with the killer instinct. He annihilates the 3rd. It takes down all the Zealots. There is 1 Void Ray on the way, but this 3-base all-in is overwhelming. And Cham, he knocks down the expansion. And he needs to just keep going. As the army's building up. The army is building up. Void Ray has arrived. And Cham now can just focus on the main push. There's a handful of Stalkers remaining. But Lings are everywhere. Yeah, Lings in the mineral line. Stalkers, they blink up into the main. There's 4 Stalkers left. Void Ray's popping up, but he won't save the base. Cham, he's done it. As he breaks down the 3rd, breaks down the 4th, and now he's pushing in for the kill. Going for the natural. And Gerald just doesn't really have much left over. He has a handful of Stalkers. Again, the initial dive from Cham was critical. As he caught he caught almost every single Stalker. Remember, it was 13. He caught 13 Stalkers. And then just sent it. Boys being pulled away. Natural is now compromised. Cham still just rallying across the map. GG gets called, and Cham, he will take game number 2, tying up the series at 1-1. GG. GG, well played. And we spoke about it in the lead up to this game about how the pressure is on Gerald to scout and to confirm droning, confirm saturation, confirm the economy. As a reminder, Cham, he didn't take his gases at the 3rd, and he did not drone up his 4th or his 5th. He had bases, he had hatcheries, but no drones. And Gerald, he did not see this. He did not confirm, did not see the lack of saturation, did not see the lack of gases, he did not see what was being produced. He was caught with his pants down. Gerald, he did a great job initially harassing, but in the follow-up, that's where the scouting was lacking there for Gerald. Alas, he did realize what was happening as it was moving out across the map when it was halfway across at those rocks, but by then, it was too little too late, and Cham did overwhelm. And with that, GG, well played. We have a series, we have a back and forth. Let's go. And once again, I feel like I have to reiterate, the pressure's on Gerald to figure out what the hell Cham's doing. It's on Gerald to scout, because we know that aggression's going to be coming his way, but what form of aggression? That's the question. What kind of all-in? As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Streamer Zone, being forced into a tied series. Can he take a lead? It is Gerald. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player from the land of Mexico, tying up the series. Can he take the lead instead? As momentum is on his side, it is Cham. Here we go. Whew. As once again, Gerald, he moves out, and he is in position to block and deny the expansion. He'll block the natural, and he forces the unnatural natural out of Cham. Gerald, he confirms. So far, so good. And welcome one and all. Welcome to Amygdala, one of the larger maps in the map pool. It is in these larger maps where I would favor Gerald. Smaller maps like Amygdala, Ley Lines, Ultra Love, and even El Dorado is where I would favor Cham. But on larger maps like Amygdala, Abyssal Reef, Neon Violet Square, is where I would favor Gerald. King's Cove as well. Alas, I'm not privy to the vetoes. I'm not familiar with what maps were vetoed or the order of what is coming up ahead of us. We're all going to find out together. It's going to be a surprise. We'll see how we settle in. Now, when it comes to this map, as we mentioned, it is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Likewise, it is easier to defend and to get into the mid to late game here on Amygdala. One of the reasons for this is because the attack paths are very limited on this map because of all these rocks. Because of all these rocks, you can really only push in from the north side, the top side, or the southern side instead. It is easy to scout because of the Zelnagas. There's one in each location, scouting each main attack path as well. So when it comes to scouting an all-in or scouting a push or scouting aggression, it is you will get a bit of a heads up earlier ahead of time to respond. Likewise, because of the linear attack paths here, it is really difficult to rotate between them, to rotate between the top base or the southern base. So likewise, it is easier to defend and easier to maintain your initial 4-base setup. Getting towards a later game, it can be more difficult just because in a later game, that's when the rocks get knocked down, right? The rocks, they get knocked down, attack paths open up, and then it can be more difficult to keep up with army rotations in the late game. But as I mentioned before, Cham isn't really a late game kind of player here. We expect aggression, we expect all-ins. Now, an all-in that we have seen be very prevalent and very popular on this map from the Zerg side is German taxis. As you can imagine, why have German taxis been very popular? I mean, if you don't know, it's Drop Lord all-in. Drop Lord all-ins have been very common, very popular on this map. The reason for it is because Drop Lords, they don't care about your terrain, they don't care about your rocks. They just go straight down mid, straight over the gold bases, and straight into the natural. They can hit real fast and real quick. But we'll keep an eye on Cham. So now Adepts, they do move out. They threaten the bases. Lings are keeping up. And Gerald, he backs up. Behind this Stargate open into the Oracle. Third base is on the way. Unlike the previous game, it's going to be more difficult for Cham to really apply pressure to this third. He's moving up with the Lings, but already Adepts are in position. There's 2 Adepts here at the expansion, and the Oracle moves out. Oh, the turtle's so bright. Ah. Let's go. Lings have arrived. They're trying to force the Adepts out of their position to get us around. But alas, they're going to be forced back. Oracle parked in between the bases. Fast Twilight Council here out of Gerald. Ooh, going for a more aggressive follow-up here. Now, this could be one of 2 things. This could be either Fast Blink or Fast Glaives. As the drone gets caught. Larva as well. No major damage, but damage nonetheless. So nicely done here with the first Oracle. Phoenix on the way. Okay, I mean, the Phoenix will be hunting down the Overlord, will be denying vision, denying scouting, which means this has to be Glaives, right? What do you have? What do you have for us? No, never mind. This does feel a little bit odd from Gerald. It's a little bit disrupted. Bit of an awkward transition here. Just because the upgrade is going to be delayed. Oh, okay. That's why it looks weird, because it is weird. I was like, where's the tech? What's going on? It's going to be a delayed forge into a Templar Archives into an Archon drop. Now, this is not your typical Archon drop build. It's a little bit messy. The reason for this, typically when you go for an Archon opener, you open up Robo. The reason for this, you go Robo first, so you have a War Prism in timed for the High Templar to go for your Archons across the map. Here, there's no Robo, so there's no War Prism, so there's no drop. There's no Archon drop here. So this is a little bit messy, is what I will say. It's not Ronaldinho, it's messy. As the first Overlord goes down, diving on top of the Queens, we have a Transfuse! Oh, we missed a Transfuse. A big misstep there from Cham. Likewise, up to Shade into the mineral line, they're going to be shut down. Storm is on the way. So instead, we have like a more defensive setup here. Delayed Blink into Storm, and we're going to be stuck at home. There's no Arc on Harass. I'll be honest, this build feels a little bit off the cuff. It feels a little bit, what's what I'm looking for? Inspired? No. It'll come to me. Improvised, that's it. It feels a little bit improvised from Gerald. But we're getting there. From here, Cham going into Mutas, of course. Spire is on the way behind the main base. So far, no scouting. Oracles and Phoenixes have been kept at bay. And Mutas, they can catch Geralt off guard. You may be thinking, isn't there a Phoenix? I mean, there is, but only one. But there is going to be anti-air. Blink and Storm, I mean, all things that shoot up. But the mineral lines are going to be exposed. Catching out a couple of drones, 3 drones going down. Phoenix taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. The Spire is almost done. And Cham has been backing up minerals and gas this entire time. Backing up so many resources. And here they come, 9 Mutas. 9 Mutas on the way. 6, 7 drone kills. Takes out the Phoenix. No more Phoenixes. Cham, he threatens a push. He forces a warp in. There's the NG overcharge here on the High Templar for Storm. But the main base is exposed. The natural is exposed as well. Geralt, he's not ready for Muta defense. He has an army, that is true. But the Mutas, they should be avoiding it. Here we go, they're rotating over towards that natural. Fleet Beacon on the way for Geralt, taking up towards Sky Toss. So this does look like really safe, really defensive play, I should say. Really defensive play here. He's got Storm defensively. He's got Stalkers pushing in towards a 4th base, expanding towards his opponent. But here come the Mutas. They hit the natural. And probes are going down. And brutal damage at the same time. Cham going for that 4th. Nothing to defend. 10 probe kills already. 13 workers going down. 4th base gets denied. And Geralt, he's being pulled apart. Yeah, completely pulled apart at this point. Cham can keep going. He can go for the 3rd. He can, and he will. He's making his way towards the 3rd base. Now there is Storm. Storms are getting ready. Bailey's rolling in. First Storm does connect. Second Storm as well. And there's 2 more Storms. Oof. Yeah, brutal connections. Link Bane, they do nothing. The Muse being forced back, catching out the Oracles. Roach is moving in. Bailey's, there's still plenty left over. The mineral line! No! He warps in! Oh my god, he's barely holding on. Massive connections. 29 probes. And this may just be too much. High Templar exposed. They're going down one after the other. Massive pickups. And Geralt, he has been pulled apart. Piles, they connect. They rain down in the mineral line. Mutas are still wreaking havoc, by the way. They're still up and running. Cham's main army is being forced back, but the Mutas, they have popped off. 39 probe kills. And back at home, Cham freely mining from 3 bases. 68 workers. Building up more Lingbane Roach. Getting up to 46 worker kills. And Geralt, he just cannot keep up. Again, the Mutas, they just completely blindsided him. He had no idea. And with that, Cham once again going for that mid run, what little is left. Does crash into the High Templar. Gets up to 50 probes. 50 workers going down. At this point, Gerald, he has to go all in. He has to just counterattack. It's all or nothing for Gerald. Does have an army to work with. Decent storm. Decent storm. High Templar goes down. And all Cham has to do is survive the counterattack. Survive the all-in. As the mutas are finally cleaned up. All the mutas go down. Cham backing off, taking gases. Hydrogen is on the way, and Cham has a massive lead, a massive advantage. Knocking down those rocks. Allowing for easier rotations. Oh. As the Ravagers are being focused down. And Gerald, he's stuck at home. He's stuck at home. Has yet to push. Zelda might get spotted. Cham, he responds to it. We'll chase it down. Now, behind this, Cham hasn't been droning. I wouldn't be opposed to it. I wouldn't be opposed to Cham even getting up to like 72 workers. I mean, he has the freedom. Like, I would want to see Cham just saturate his 4th base, but it's Cham. So droning up is on the last thing of the like it's not going to be what he prioritizes here. There we go. 5 drones on the way, but there's a lurker den. Still making more Ling at Hydra. Couple of Bailings. Oh no, the High Templar! They get surrounded! And 3 High Templar go down. 1 even. The others 2 morph into an Archon. Nice pickups here by Cham. Still poking in. Gaining value. But again, I am concerned with Cham's lack of droning. Because Gerald, he's catching up. He's slowly recovering. Now, the goal base will make up for that, true. Like, even though Cham's drone count is very low, he's like just above 3 base saturation with his drone counts. The goal base, it makes up for it. So he's allowed to be on the low drone counts. We will allow it. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I still would prefer more drones, 100%. As Cham would be in a much better position. As it stands, Gerald, he still has a chance to recover. Remember, the fleet beacon is done, and the mothership's now on the way. Mothership, more High Templar, more Immortals. The army is small, but the quality is there. Quality is there. Cham splitting up his forces, going into lurkers. No Spire yet. Cham, he has not scouted the fleet beacon or the mothership. He's moving out. The hive has just begun. Cham now joining up to 70. Better saturation. As he's moving in. Likewise, storms, they pop up. High Templar, they're going down. High energy High Templar as well. Those 2 High Templar falling. Mothership has arrived. There is some detection. But still, there's going to be a rough trade for Cham. Cham, he zones away the ground army. Tries to at least. Yeah, big splash shots going up. Immortals going down. But there's going to be an expensive loss here for Cham. As these lurkers are exposed. Yeah, lurkers are going to be going down. Cham going to be losing everything here. Losing every single lurker. And Gerald, he has momentum. Momentum is on his side. Gerald, he has a larger army. And again, if Cham had an economy, then he'd be okay, but he doesn't. And he's going to be denied the gold. Oh my god. Gerald, he's bouncing back in this game. The comeback is real. Denies the gold base. At the same time, his own gold also being denied. Hatchery's under fire. And I would say currently, Gerald has a better army. Gerald, he has a stronger army. Remember, that was how many lurkers going down? That was 13. Brutal storms. And Cham's in trouble. Is in trouble here. As Gerald is ahead. 100%. At this point, Gerald, he has the better economy. He has the better army. Gerald is ahead, catching out these Hydras as well. And Cham is bleeding out too much. He's up against the wall. Gerald, he's got the gold. And Gerald's getting further ahead from this point. Like Cham, he had such a strong lead. But again, he chose not to drone. Like that's it happens. He got too excited. Nice catch. Gets an immortal. Gets an immortal. Catching at the Archons as well. Gets one. Not bad. Black-Bear's lurk harass on the left-hand side. Again, there's a lot of pressure on Cham to do this. To like harass. To mass harass. And so far he's doing okay. Gets a couple of key units here and there, but he's running out of lurkers. He's trading out a lot of his army. And he cannot fight this main army. Again, this main army, he has to avoid it at all costs. As Cham would lose everything if he fights this. Buying time just to saturate that gold. 20 more Hydras on the way. Once again, gold base is denied. Catching up the mineral line. And GG gets called. Gerald, the comeback is real. And Gerald, he will take game number 3, taking a lead 2-1 in the series. Whew, GG. Oh my god, GG, well played. Gerald does take a lead. Again, Cham had a very strong advantage in this game. He was able to cripple his opponent with the mutas, was able to pull Gerald apart. But as we mentioned, Cham, he made the choice not to drone, not to saturate. Because of that, he did not have a strong lead. He had a lead, but again, not a strong one. And we saw Gerald recover, bounce back, had the greater army, and of course was able to deny mining himself. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Again, a very strong comeback there by Gerald, and Cham, again, finding out the hard way that sometimes you have to back off, know when you have a lead, and get further ahead. He just committed with the aggression. I mean, again, that's the kind of player that Cham is. We mentioned it at the time, after Cham had the advantage, I was like, I would like to see some drones, and yeah, Cham, he's not one to drone. He's not one to drone up. Not one to saturate. He tried to keep the pressure up, and Gerald, he was able to defend, survive, and bounce back. GG. GG, well played. Here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're going to be loading into ley lines. Let's go. Let us go. And we'll see if Cham can bounce back. I mean, I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a game 5, but the pressure is on. And Gerald, he needs one more game to take it all. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 2-1, one game away from becoming our champion. It is Gerald. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Mexican Zerg player from the land of Mexico. We have the blue Zerg down in the series. Again, he was so close to taking a lead in this series as well. He was ahead, he was winning, and then it all just slipped through his fingers. Can he bring it back? Can he force the ace match? It is Cham. Let's go. Bring it back, Papi, bring it back. Give us the ace match. Give us a game 5. Whew. Again, that was a very intense game on Amygdala. Very intense. I don't believe we're going to see mutas again, though. I don't believe we're going to be seeing mutas again here from Cham. Again, it's something that you can rely on once in a series. Doing it multiple times is risky, as your opponent is going to be more on top of scouting and checking for that spire. But now, Cham going hatch, full gas. Going for his opener. Once again, 460, unnatural, natural. And Geralt is setting up back at home. Just catching up with the chat. I love watching Zerg kill Protoss. Oh, maybe next time. Maybe next time. Being able to attack one goal base while defending the other is brutal. For sure. I mean, that's one of the big deciding factors of Amygdala. Something that we didn't bring up, but is true, is whoever has map control has a massive advantage because of that factor, right? Like whoever has map control has their own gold up and running and denies the other, which is like is a huge factor and a huge way to kind of swing things in your favor. It is something that Cham was attempting to maintain, but did lose it. Did lose the map control and lost that game as a result. But now, though, we're settling in. It's going to be a Stargate opener once again out of Gerald. Stargate is on the way. Likewise, Cham securing himself. Forcing back the probe. And welcome one all to Leylines. Leylines is, I would say, one of these smaller maps, at least compared to, you know, your Amygdalas, your Frostlines, your Abyssal Reefs, or Neo-Violet Square, or King's Cove. It's on the smaller side of things, but very defendable. Much more defendable than some of these other maps. When it comes to having your ramp coming into the third base, likewise a ramp coming in towards that center expansion as well. Just a lot of ramps, a little points of elevation. As a result, it is a little bit easier to keep up, to maintain yourself, and to secure yourself on a 4-base economy. The short rush distance can still be a factor though, as all-ins can, or aggression can still be favored, can still work out. And our eyes have to be on Cham again. They have to. I mean, Gerald did have his own quirky build last game as well, which I wasn't too convinced by. I've never quite seen it, going for like a Twilight Council into Delayed Forge, into Temple Archives without a Robo, into Storm back at home. Like, it was a crazy build out of Gerald, and it was punished. This time we should be seeing something more standard. It should be. As a reminder, Cham, he killed 50 probes last game. 50 work. It was crazy. He had double the worker count of his opponent. Meanwhile, Twilight counter into Forge. Looks like +1 on Blink. Looks like a more standard follow-up. Oracle dips in. Gets turned away. And we'll see when Cham throws down any tech structure. Speaking of, Evo Chamber first. Okay. This does look like +1 melee. We'll see if he goes into melee as an upgrade, which would be a sign of Ling Hydra. Oh, Stasis is going up. Late reaction. Late reaction there to Cham. 3 probes get caught. Or 3 workers get caught. Not bad. Not bad there by Gerald. Dips in towards the natural. Gonna be zoned away. Cham has got his 100 gas. And it is melee. Okay, so it looks like Cham, he intends on skipping Roach production. Oh, that's another stasis. Once again, late reaction. Oh, catching out the Queen this time, and that many more workers as well. 8 drones getting caught. Nicely done. And that's a shit into the natural, and Cham is being pulled apart. Boys are being pulled. The drones are going down. Crazy damage here. And Geralt will take a lead. He will take a lead, catching 5 drones. Station's just now running out. Now, the problem with Cham going Ling Hydra... Oh, never mind. I assumed it was Ling Hydra. It's going to be Lings into Spire into Mutas. Bold move. Bold move here by Cham. But the reality is he has to do something crazy. He has to do something crazy here to bounce back in this game. What I will say, this is different to what we saw last game, as Lings are forced back. Now, if you remember, last game, Cham, he played Roaches. He played Roach Ling initially, Roachling Bane, then into a Spire. He made 12 mutas only to harass. Based on the fact that there is no Roach Warren here, this looks like mass muta. So this is going to be a different approach to previously. Still Spire plays, still mutas, but Cham, his goal here should be to just make mutas and nothing but mutas with Link support as well. So much more committed here at a Cham, and we'll see if he can get away with it. We shall see. As Cham, he needs to gain map control with those Lings. So far, he's keeping at least the Oracles busy. Stalkers are moving out. Cham is expanding, and so far, he is just distracting Gerald. Just buying time. Gerald working towards Charge, working towards Temple Archives. Gerald, he has no scout of the main, does not know what's going on. Spire's almost done. And here come the mutas. And again, Cham this time is going to be making that many more mutas as well. I mean, doesn't have the resources yet. There we go, 10 mutas on the way. Stalkers, they hit the expansion. Lings are racing back. Base is getting low. And the Queens are late to respond. There's barely any creep. Lings, they try to catch reinforcements. And the base goes down. Massive pickoff. 4th base does fall. Again, Cham just taking a lot of losses here. And the mutas have to be used defensively. Not ideal. The mutas are revealed to the stalkers. Will engage. And will hunt some of them down. Gets 2 stalkers. Takes down 2 stalkers. +1 air attack on the way. Again, Cham is committing into mass muta. Trading decently well. Denies the stasis. Not bad. But he's running out of lings. He needs those lings to support. And he has to back up. Again, without lings, the mutas are exposed. Takes down 2 more stalkers. Pulls away. So far, picking off 9 stalkers for 2 mutas. Lings, again, they're just there for support. Fleet Beacon, second Stargate, Phoenix production has begun. And I feel like Cham just hasn't got enough momentum. He will catch out that Archon, though. There's still so many stalkers. Mutas are getting picked up one after the other. Yeah, too many losses, too many trades here in favor of Gerald. Cham losing far too much. He tries to commit. Oh, God. Tries to. Not the best trade. And as the Phoenix count builds up, it's going to become that much more difficult here for Cham. As he's amassing more Phoenixes. Cham trying to dive in. Alas, there's the NG overcharge. And again, behind this Cham, he has a worse economy. He has less workers. Even on bases. Takes down the Oracle at least. But these are still very expensive trades here for Cham, as he's lost 12 mutas already. Ay, ay, ay. Corruptors are on the way. Corruptors, their goal here in this kind of composition is to tank the Phoenixes. So Corruptors are there to tank. Meanwhile, getting up to 17 mutas so far. Revelation still tagging the army. Now, the ideal for Cham would be to get into a mineral line and to start pulling Geralt apart. But right now, he's just going for these main fights. Oh god, does overextend. Leading out 2 mutas already. 2 more mutas going down. How many Phoenixes? Up to 6? Oh my god. 6 Phoenixes. The mutas are just getting bullied at this point. And trying to engage, trying to dive in. Geralt, he trades well. Behind this, Phoenix range almost done. Getting to Anion Pulse Crystals. Yeah, and he just commits in. Does come into the fight. The Corruptors, they are taking down most of the Phoenixes, though. But he's running out of lings. Corruptors, oh, they overextend. Getting caught by the Stalkers. Oof. More mutas going down. Storm is almost done. Geralt doesn't want to get caught on creep. Getting forced back. Storm is ready. Ooh, there's the first Storm. And again, the Corruptors doing a great job here, just focusing on those Phoenixes. Mutas, they do break through. They're getting on top of the Stalkers. They're trying to at least. We're down to how many? Down to 11. Down to 11 mutas. Cham still trying to overwhelm. Now, the big thing that we're missing here that I would love to see is Archons. If we had like 3 or 4 Archons with the main army, that'd be crazy. But no Archons yet. There was the 1 Archon earlier. Mutas, they do deny the expansion. Not bad. Cham, he takes down the 5th. God, he missed the rotation. Mutas into the natural. Uh-oh. The surround! Comes in for the surround. Storm of the mutas. But the lings, they're popping up. Lings, they collapse in. They catch out the Phoenixes. The Phoenix aren't going to be reset. And these Stalkers are on their own. Cham, has he done it? Has he caught out the army? Up, up. It looks like he has. Yeah, Stalkers are going down. They're so battered. They're so bruised. The base is going to fall. Lings, they bust into the mineral line. And Cham, he's done it. He has done it. I was concerned earlier with the losses of Cham, but he gets a base. He gets the expansion, knocks it down. Zelse busts into the mineral lines. And Geralt, he was never able to fully support this army. Lost all the Phoenixes. The Corruptors, they played their part. They played their part. Catching out more Phoenixes. Whew. Cham will lose the base, but he's almost maxed. He's almost maxed out here with Ling Muta. He's pulling it off. Hi, hi, hi. Diving on the production. Taking down more of the cannons. The mineral line as well. Stalkers out of position. And Gerald's being pulled apart. Is being pulled apart at this point. Yeah, once again depowering the Stargates. Busting into the main. And Gerald, he was holding his own for a lot of this game. But took some rough fights here at the 4th. To take some rough fights. Cham pulling back. Gerald, he's supply blocked. And Cham, the tenacity. Mate, he had such a rough start as well. Like Cham, remember, he was losing bases, losing mutas. He was down in economy. Like it was rough. Ay. But he brought it back. And unlike the previous game, here Cham, he has enough momentum and enough of an army lead that he's okay not droning. Like he's still at like 3 base economy. Like he's still at 67 workers, which is not much, but it's enough. Likewise, collapsing on the High Templar, forcing out the storms. And again, the last bastion of defense here for Gerald. He's going to be overwhelmed. And we are going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game 5. It's what we wanted, Papi. Bring it all the way. Bring it home. GG gets called. And Cham, he will tie up the series 2-2. We're going to game 5. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my god. We're going to game 5. Never go full already with the Phoenixes. Again, the Phoenixes, they initially did really well, but as the Corruptor count gets higher, the Phoenixes, they lose value, right? They lose value. The Corruptors, we did point it out at the time, they were doing a great job at zoning and shutting the Phoenixes down. They were a good counter to that. And again, as we were trying to point out as well, there was no Archon support, right? Like the Archons, they have just such a big role. Why? Because Archons, one, they shoot up, they punish clumping mutas, but they also do a great job at punishing clumping lings as well. It was basically purely ling muta and some corruptors as well. But alas, we were lacking that. Gerald is focusing on more Phoenix production instead. And with that, he was overwhelmed. Whew. And here we go. We're going to that ace match. Let's go. All the way, Pappy. All the way. Oh, good. Jesus. And one way or another, the game ends here. Personally, I mean, I'm just glad we made it to the game 5. It's been very close, very clutch, very back and forth. We've made it to the ace match. These two players very clearly closely skilled. Both Cham and Gerald. And how will the story end? Who comes out on top? Who will be our tussling turtle? Let's find out. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Starchild, we have the red Protoss player, the Polish Protoss, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring him back? Representing Streamer Zone, it is Gerald. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg from the land of Mexico, tying up the series and forcing the ace match. It is Cham. This build was way worse. When it comes to Cham's build in that last game going mass muta, it's very momentum based. It's all about trading with the Stalkers and keeping the Stalker count low, keeping the army low, basically just because your goal is to win head on. Instead of, you know, going for the mineral lines and crippling the opponent economically, it's all about having control of the air and maintaining that air control as well. It's really difficult to pull off, as we saw. Like Cham, like it was not a clean game. It was not a clean game out of Cham. It was very messy. It was very scrappy. But he was able to bring it back in the end. Clutch game. Ay. It was intense, back. It was intense. And welcome one and all to Starchild. If you're curious, Starchild, what's going on? Where are we? This is a TLMC map from Team Liquid Map Contest. From the Team Liquid Map Contest. This is not a ladder map. This is a more, I should say, specialized map here for the Team Liquid Map Contest. And basically, ourselves, alongside many other tournament organizers, whether it's the Monday Night Weeklies, whether it's Pigasaur Monday, KSL, Hub Cup, as well as alongside our tournaments, we have all in unison gotten rid of the old maps. I'm referring to Abyssal Reef, Neon Violet Square, and King's Cove. Those 3 old maps from 2018, 2017 have been removed from our tournament map pools, and we have instead replaced them with TLMC maps instead. Of course, there is a new Team Liquid Map Contest that's just now on the horizon. I believe the submission phase did end last week, so submissions are over, and the judging process will soon commence for the new TLMC. Once that occurs, we will most likely be updating our map pool by incorporating some of the finalists of the next Team Liquid Map Contest but this is just a way to spice up the map pool for our tournaments and to keep them relevant as well, and to give a shout out to the hardworking map makers that of course do take part in the Team Liquid map contest and do put in a lot of work at making new maps as well. Also, you know, the old maps are a little bit controversial when it comes to the kind of play that they promote. So we're getting rid of them. Wait, we got rid of them. We're done. But here we go. Starchild is one of the larger maps of the map pool, is very macro oriented as well. There's a bit of a give and take. On the one hand, the bases themselves are secure initially, so you can safely get up to a 4-base economy. 4 bases you can securely get into, but as the game progresses, you can knock down these rocks, you can open up attack paths, and it can be a little bit easier to rotate between the natural, the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th base as well. So it ideally doesn't really favor too heavily of a turtle style in a longer game, but initially you can secure yourself. Here we go. Likewise, of course, choke points in the center of the map as well. For now, Stargate opener out of Gerald. Going for the Stargate. Left say shade in. So now Cham, who will shut them down. Making their way into the mineral line. Dumb question, do these map makers get awarded money if they win the contest? They do, they do. Depending on their placements. I could be mistaken. I want to say top 10, maybe top 5 get they do earn for their, of course, trouble and for making their maps. But someone can definitely fact check me on how high you have to place to earn money. But yes, they do earn money in the TLMC. Meanwhile, Lings, they make their way across the map. So far, they shut down the pylon. Pylon goes down. Oracle into the main, gets 3 drone kills. Not bad. 3 workers are picked up. But yes, map makers, they are compensated for the TLMC. For sure. Shout out to Team Liquid, of course, for running the TLMC for as long as they have. And I believe they're sponsored by, I think, Monster and Shopify, I think. If I recall correctly. I mean, everyone knows that Shopify and Toby are very passionate about StarCraft. Very passionate. As we have our double Oracle moving out towards right-hand side. Towards that natural. Likewise, behind this, +1 and Blink on the way. Temple Archives once again. This is the same build that Gerald went for actually on Amygdala. If you remember, I accused Gerald of being a little of improvising when it comes to his build, but no, clearly he's done this before and he's doing it again. Now, as a reminder, to wind us back to Amygdala, the goal here is to get up to a 3-base economy and to get into Storm. Not to be aggressive though. There's no Archon drop, there's no Storm push across the map. It's a more defensive build here. At the time, Gerald was caught off guard by Mutas, and I mean, you could argue that Cham should have won that game as well. This time though, the lair is just now finishing up. So a later lair here out of Cham. Queen is going to be pounced upon first. Queen goes down. Nice pick up. Lings, they get a surround. Picking up the Adepts. At least most of them. As one Adept does survive. Nice clean up there by the Oracles. Getting on top of the 5th. And there it is. Top 5. Okay. Top 5. Not top 10. So Shatakura for letting us know, but it is top 5 that do earn something in the TLMC. Again, Gerald, he's just turtling up and building up on 3 bases with Storm with +1. Likewise, Cham, he hasn't really droned up too much. He has bases, that is true, but he has not saturated his 4th base. No saturation, Cham. He's building up his army, Lings and Roaches. You can see he's actually hiding his Roaches at the natural. He's going for the all-in. He's going for a big, I would say, 2.5 base all-in, like still under 3 bases. He's sending everything across the map, and we'll see if he can catch Geralt off guard. The Oracles are out of position. Does not see the move out. Does not see the move out here. Chammy's pushing. So far, unscouted. Gerald, thankfully, he's throwing down side defense. He's ready for mutas. Cannons and shield batteries in the main, cannons and shield batteries in the natural, blindly setting up for mutas when really it's roaches. And now he sees, now he knows. As we get into this fight, big shout to see Grail in the chat for support for 2 years, 24 months. 24 months of support. Thank you so much. Baby God, thank you so much for the support as Storm is done. And here come the High Templar. Roaches from behind. First Storm does connect. Only one Storm. Just the one. The Stalkers are pinned back. The Oracles, they wreak havoc here on the Roaches. Shield batteries, they come into play. And can he break through those Stalkers? Cham rotates. Heads towards the natural instead. So far, Gerald buying time. Extra warpins. Stalkers are amassing. And Cham, he wants those Stalkers. Oh, he wants them. Breaks down the Cybercore. Cybercore does fall. But he doesn't get into the natural. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Gerald. Now he cannot warp in Stalkers. Has to warp in slow lots. Charge is not done. Void Ray has arrived. Yo, that Void Ray is going to be huge. Despite that, though, Stalkers, they are falling. They're getting choked up here at the natural. Yeah, a lot of Stalkers are going down. Again, Cham getting into the mineral line. Probes are falling. The third base is going to be broken. But what about the natural? Cham is bleeding out a lot of roaches here. We'll take down all the probes. Catching out more of the Stalkers. And he's pushing towards the natural as well. He's going for it. He's sending it. And Gerald, he's in trouble. Gerald, he was buying time. But again, delayed warp-ins, delayed Stalkers. And it looks like Cham has done it. He breaks the natural base. Busts into the mineral line. The one Void Ray can only do so much. As the world is on his shoulders here. The slow lots doing what they can. But it's not enough. Cham has done it. He has done it. 32 probe kills. Now he's going for the main. There's nothing at the natural, nothing at the third. Just the main base stands. There's one Stalker to defend. And now a second Void Ray. Cham, actually, he avoids the main. He avoids the main base. Uh-oh. You know what that means? That means the probes are left alive. The probes are left alive. Cham now going for the third. Behind this, Hydrogen on the way, taking gases. Cham, I hope he drones up a little bit. I hope he makes some drones. As Cham is going to back up. So he kills both bases. Does crippling damage. And he races back home. He races back home. He doesn't believe he can break the main. Doesn't try to. Doesn't try to break the main base. And Gerald, he has a comparable probe count, but no bases. No bases left over. No mining, just stuck on the one base. And Cham, he should have enough to maintain himself, to maintain his lead. He's going in once again. This time, he's got the confidence. He's got it, Pappy. Let's go. Bust into the natural, catching up more probes. And Cham, this time it will not slip through his fingers. We're not going to see a repeat of Amygdala. Not this time. And again, Gerald, he was blindly getting ready for mutas, but it was not muta. It was Roach. As a result, remember, there was no Robo. There was no Robo, no Immortal production. Because this build intentionally so, there was no Robo play. So no Immortals. Void Ray production was delayed because, I mean, it didn't begin until the Roaches were spotted. Cham slipping in here with his Lings. Once again, going for the mineral line. And going for the expansion. Denies the natural. Diving into the main. Going for the pylons. Hydras are amassing. I would still like to see... I mean, I guess it's fine. I'm just traumatized by Amygdala, Pappy. I'm just traumatized. I'm like, we could just back up and drone and just secure ourselves, but it's, you know what? It's Cham. He's rallying across the map. He's got his Hydras. He's got his anti-air. Takes down the Oracle. And there it is. The question marks. GG gets called, and Cham, he will take the series 3-2, and Cham will be this week's Tenacious Turtle Tussle champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played, and a shout out to Bomioja. God, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream, hope you had a great ladder session, and you tuned in just in time for the finals. We just wrapped up. It went all the way to the ace match. It was a very clutch series, very back and forth. We had a crazy comeback from Gerald on Amygdala, which is why I was very, very much so tentative. And you could see that's why, as you saw towards the end of the game, or even in the lead up to the all-in, that Gerald was getting ready for blind mutas. So was blindly preparing for for mutas because Cham did catch him off guard with muta multiple times in the series, so he was getting ready. Alas, it was not muta. He was banking up roaches off of 57 drones, 57 drone all in out of Cham. Massling roach caught Gerald completely with his pants down. The pants were down. Papi was caught off guard, and with that, Cham claims the win. GG. GG, Papi. GG. GG, well played, congratulations. And again, shout out to Gerald, of course. Shout out to Gerald for making it here to the shout out to Gerald for making it to the finals, of course. Big shout out. Oh. And so un momento, as we are setting up and we are settling in. Hold on, Chamy's asking. He's asking something. Let's see. There we go. Letting him know. Letting him know. Let him know. But GG, well played. Congratulations here. Cham so far earning himself 115 USD. GG, well played. Big shout out to Protostegosaurus and Blakadooz for donating to the prize pool as well. Big shout out. Of course, top 4 players do get paid out. So much love. Much love, much support. Oh. GG, well played. GG, well played. But yeah, with that, thanks for watching. With that, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Sorry, I was just messaging some players, just catching up in the chat as well. Just catching up. Cham doing it. He did it, Papi. He did it. Didn't Gerald used to be good? I mean, he is good. What do you mean? Gerald is good. So is Cham. Oh, don't be a clown, Papi. Don't be a clown. The most tenacious turtle has been found. Exactly, exactly. He is the turtle. He's the turtle. Yo, you were thermal as well, Papi. Oh my god. Speaking of, for those that are maybe looking to compete themselves as well, I mean, one, this event is open to all players, all regions, all shapes, all sizes as well. But we will also be, of course, I say we'll be, Euthermal is going to be hosting a 2v2 tournament over the weekend. We will not be casting it live, but we'll be helping to run the event as well. That is going to be on Saturday, if I recall correctly, depending on where you're on the world. Saturday/Sunday. So do look forward to that. It's going to be amazing, going to be beautiful. Do look forward to it. Do look forward. Otherwise, GG. GG, well played. What am I doing? When it comes to the question marks, I think it's because I think Gerald was just caught off guard by the all-in, right? Like, I think he just, obviously, as we were mentioning, wasn't quite familiar with it. Did catch him off guard. Like, it's Euthermal. Euthermal. Yo, when's the next time you're playing, Papi? Yo, when's the next time? We need some more Mexican representation. As Euthermal, now, one of us. Part of LATAM. Salsa tequila, if you will. So it was quite a series. If you missed out on the event, I do recommend checking out the VODs. It was a crazy back and forth between Cham and Gerald, so I do recommend it. And I'm sure we're going to be seeing more of these two as well in the coming days, even in the 2v2 event. I think in the last event we saw Cham play with Special. We had the special duo between Juanito and Cham previously. We'll see if they make a return. We'll see if they shake up their teams and if they find some other partners instead. Likewise, I want to say that Gerald also competed, so look forward to seeing them once again over the weekend. I'm usually a little tired in the evening already. I understand. Fair enough. I know it can be quite stamina kind of enduring. It can be quite difficult to play through an event like this, you know, especially when it comes to like waiting for matches and stuff like that. For sure. It was a relatively fast series though, fast tournament today, fast tournaments. Whew, just reaching that 4-hour mark, and with that, thanks for watching. With that, we're wrapping up here for the morning. We're wrapping up for the day. We're going to be live though later on, as we are live every single day, multiple times a day here on the CranKy Ducklings. Let's switch the scenes over and catch up on the schedule. Here we go. Again, if you enjoyed the broadcast, if you want some more action, more StarCraft, we got you covered here. Over the next 2 days, we have Alima League. Friday and Saturday is going to be a 2-day event, Alima League. This is the Winter Finals, so we have plenty of casting coming up. Likewise, later on tonight, in how many hours' time? In around 6? Yeah, around 6 hours' time, we're going to be live with the podcast. What is the podcast, you might ask? That is our weekly talk show. Every single week, we do go over all the news of the week in StarCraft 2. This week we're going to be talking about the Choba interview. Choba, he had an interview recently with Zombie Grub, a 2-parter, so we're going to be going over and dissecting that. Likewise, all the results of the week as well. There's also other news. Rotterdam, he recently did announce, or he did kind of reveal that SC2 was going to be at EWC. It did sound like he had some behind the scenes news as to that. It was trying to kind of, you know, let people know that it's okay to calm down, that it is going to be on the horizon. So that was a clip that was released a couple of hours ago. Likewise, we have the StarCraft Evolution returning, the StarCraft Evolution League. So that did return last week, going over those results as well, and many other tournaments throughout the course of the week. So plenty to go over, plenty to indulge in. So check that show out in 6 hours time. Likewise, on Friday, we're going to be casting the Kung Fu Cup Warcraft 3 edition. That's going to be after Alima League. Likewise, we have Master Swan Open as well, and Sparkling Tunic Cup. Plenty of content throughout the week, plenty of content that we're going to be covering here. You might be curious, you might be thinking, hold up, why is there an empty space on Sunday before Sparkling Tunic Cup? Well, that's when we're going to be adminning Euthermal's tournament. We are leaving that slot open because that is when Euthermal's 2v2 event is going to be taking place. In between MSO and STC is Euthermal's 2v2 tournament, and again, we're going to be working behind the scenes adminning that event as well. So that's why that slot is left open. So do check it out over on Euthermal or Steadfast's channel. I believe Euthermal's going to be streaming his POV and casting if he gets knocked out, and Steadfast is going to be covering that event as well, as alongside all these other language casters, I'm sure. So do check that out. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. I'm going to go get some rest. I'm going to go get some food as well and get ready for the podcast, as I still have to finish watching the Choba interview. I still have to finish watching it. I believe I'm halfway through, so I'm getting there. I've also been taking notes as well, so we can have something to discuss. What else is on our topic list for the podcast? Hold on, just to give you guys a teaser. So we have the Choba interview, we have SCL, we have EWC. Oh, I didn't even know this. Inexorable. He left Platinum Heroes. Okay, so we have some some new roster changes that we're going to be getting into as well. Going over the Super event. Looks like there was a Race Wars tournament. There was, of course, the SC Evo show match. There's a lot to get into. So we got you covered. We got you covered there on the podcast. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. I'm a little afraid of getting Protoss. I can't. Yo, did you see Miguelito? Mate, Vindicta popped off. Hold on. You can tear in them. It's crazy. Sorry, just quickly going over the bracket here. If you missed out on the event, Vindicta, he took down Mute, he took down Krystianer as well. Did fall to Gerald in the end, but mate, Migs, he had a crazy performance this week. Miguelito. He had a good run. Well, you could too. Just saying. That could be you, Mark. Could be you. Hopium. But yeah, shout out to all the competitors here tonight, whether it's Vindicta, Nikic as well. We had Jumy ruining his sleep schedule to compete. Krystianer, likewise, he's a rare sight when it comes to these events. Cham, Rebellion, Nicaract. Much love to all the players. Get some sleep. I might get a little bit of rest. We'll see. I have some catching up to do when it comes to work. Like I have a lot of VODs to edit, a lot of scheduling to do for YouTube. But otherwise, thank you so much. Otherwise, thank you so much. We're going to be heading off for the night. If you wish, you can stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Also, if you want to support us monetarily, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat, and you will be able to support our other events. Events like Sparkling Tunic Cup, Master Sworn Open, and Sea Duckling Open as well. Bam, we have you covered there. So again, our Patreon does fund those tournaments, does not fund the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. Turtle Tussle is solely funded via Matcherino and via passionate members in the community, but our other events are funded via Patreon, so you can help us grow them and help us boost those prize pools as well. So that's so you can support us there if you wish. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. We're going to be heading off, and we'll be back in 6 hours time. Until then, take care. Take care, everyone. Take care, Pappy. Take care. Again, consider following us on YouTube. Again, we do publish VODs on a daily basis. Plenty of content on YouTube and plenty more content to come. Otherwise, we'll see you guys either later on tonight for the podcast or tomorrow for a Lima League. We'll see you next time. Until then, thanks for watching. Congratulations to Cham. And we'll see you when we see you. Hasta luego. Ciao, Papi. Ciao. Hasta luego.